Test, test. Test, 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 test. Can you hear us, Esther? Wait, Esther, we cannot hear you once again.
What? No. I can also not hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, test,
Can you
test.
speak again, please?
Okay, now I could hear you. I don't think you can hear me. No. Right.
No, we can hear you. It's just a bit quiet.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, you can come back, Esther. It's okay.
Okay. Do you want to test anything else? Both microphones?
Wait, I test the other microphone just in case. Well, this test.
Yeah, it's good. Perfect.
Okay,
Okay.
then we have both. Dana? Dana, Dana. Dana, Dana, Dana. T'arrives à faire venir les gens? Test. I would just use it like this. Okay.
We don't have to do an anchor.
Okay, everyone, please take your seats. Arnaud, tu pourrais fermer la porte, s'il te plaît? Everyone. Okay, good morning. Welcome. Hope you all had a good sleep. Just before we start, I want to ask you all to be silent in the corridors because in the other room, some people are doing a German language test-ish something. So just for today, please be silent in the corridors. That's why we'll also close the door and yeah, anyway. So don't shout, please. Okay, then I guess we can start with the NA. Welcome in Lugano. I directly leave the speech to Yas.
The door is closed. I'll just wait for the door to close again, just so that we don't make a lot of noise. All right, cool. Morning, everyone. hope everyone is a bit rested, and that you enjoyed the good weather that we have this morning in Lugano. So yes, we're inside, not enjoying it, but that's life. Lugano has a kind of a special place in my heart. It's really a full circle because this is where I started my journey as national board 2 years ago, when I was elected president, and also Elena got elected in Lugano. Yes, and Laura as well. And so every time we come here, we always feel super welcome, and I really want to thank the organizing committee for all the work they've done so far and the work they've been putting in this NA. I also want to thank the chairing team who have done a really great job. And finally, I also want to give a special thanks to Elena and the people that were behind the workshop, the creation of the workshop phase in this National Assembly, because it's a bit special. Some of you were not here yesterday for the conference, so I'm going to give you a bit of an overview. This National Assembly is co-funded by ESN International through the Council of Europe. We applied for a grant, for a local face grant, to promote developing youth voices against racism and discrimination. This is why the workshops are related to this topic. And we have distinguished guests and trainers here who are going to give a really great workshop. So really enjoy them, get involved, because you have a lot to learn and they have a lot to give. So really enjoy every moment of this NA. And talking about enjoying every moment, I just want to give, final few words about kind of this whole journey that is ESN. I've been in ESN for 4 years now. It's been a long while. And some things that I tend to forget is to enjoy the little things, right? Enjoy the little interactions with people, enjoy the little impacts that you make on people's lives, because I think this is what ESN is about. ESN is really about creating those connections, really widening your social circle, making your social circle more international, and having an impact on students, but also on volunteers. And this is what ESN Switzerland really strives for. A really great place for volunteers, a really great place for students coming from abroad, and finally, a good representation towards its stakeholders. And I think this year, we have done quite a lot. And I want to highlight one more number before finalizing the speech. This year, or no, in 2022, I think I've repeated this number a bit. The sections of ESN Switzerland and ESN Switzerland have organized more than 700 events. And this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. I was astonished when your presidents and event managers filled up the events sheet that we every year ask you to fill for the grant that we apply for. I saw the numbers rising and rising and rising, and I was like, oh, wow. And this is really, really great. And in total, I mean, just summing up the number of participants at events, I think you've impacted more than 10,000 people. And so I just want to finish on that. Be proud of the work that you've done, because you've done a lot. And I think it's really great to highlight that and to reward you on all this effort. So yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy the NA, talk to your peers, and enjoy meeting new people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. now we have something new, which I will show you quite now. But first, the rules of the game. No, in normal times, it's raise one hand for a question. I will explain you why we swap this a bit later. If you have a reaction is not a question. If you do a reaction as a question, yeah, you got me. I will just stop your question and skip next because know what you want to ask or what you want to react to, and so on. If you have a procedural comment, it's one finger. And now the super new thing I wanted to show for the speakers list is that we will use Slido, meaning you will, if we open the if we open the speakers list, you have at the on your right left for you, you have the Slido. You will join. You will just write your name and section, the amount of times you need it. Like if you have two questions, you write it twice, but you enter it once, and so we will just use that as a speakers list, and everyone can write. So please don't write weird stuff. Thank you. Okay, now back to the presentation. Okay. Okay, I think most of you know these, but it's always great to learn them again, I guess, or for the newbies or people who never went to an AA. If you have seen people doing weird hand signs like this, is to, well, express their appreciation. If we ask to silence, we will just do this. And so if you see this, do the same, and so everyone sees it, and then we stay silent, basically. And when you speak, this is very important. I don't want to have to say the whole day. State your name and section, even if you wrote it in the Slido. The reason why for that is because we need it for the minutes, and we need it for the live stream, and basically you're making Esther's job so much more easier, and also my job, because then I don't have to say name and section, please. So yeah, please try to remember that. You will get the hang of it. Don't worry, I trust you. Like I said, be clear and concise. Yeah, I'm doing the example. I would like to avoid as much as possible, but it's okay. I'm stressing you now, but don't worry. I can be a bit more chill. Yeah, one question at a time. And if you want to add something to the answer, you have to be or ask a new question about it. Add yourself back to the speakers list. Okay. And for this beautiful event, I want to ask everyone to, well, stay inclusive, promote the ESN spirit to its maximum. This means try to use as much as possible English. I know I'm falling into this because I already started speaking French with Dana before, but it's okay. Use gender neutral generalization. Like I know guys is getting more or less accepted for the male and female, but not everywhere. So try to use people, folks, ESNers, humans, whatever. And yes, please remember also the code of conduct. This is a safe space event, and I want it to stay like that because I think it's one of the best thing in ESN. Now, the voting rules, if you need one person per section present who will vote, it will be a simple majority unless stated otherwise. Simple majority means we just take into account the number of yes. And secret vote if it's personal vote. For example, for election of, here we wrote national level, but it's for the AC and the main chair that we will use the secret vote. Okay. Code of conduct, yeah, we stay blah blah blah. I mean, we stay in accordance to the code of conduct that was actually voted NA3 Lugano 2 years ago or 3, I don't remember. So please stay, yeah, read it if you have never read it. It's also a good read, I guess. And yeah, yes, again, point of contacts. This is my contact. If you have any kind of question, for more OC stuff, I would ask you to contact Easy there. But I'm still aware of most of the stuff. And worst case, I can just ask Easy there also. But yeah, if you have any issue, if you're stuck somewhere, you can contact me or Easy there. We will answer you. And yeah, now introduction of the CT. Wow, it's me again. I stand up for this. Okay, who am I? I'm Julian. Like you can see, I still have not perfected my front flip form. I'm still working on it. Yeah, I fractured a rib by sneezing, which is the only time in my life I broke any kind of bone. So I guess only me can break myself. If everything goes on normally, tomorrow I will be, well, going from vice president-elect to vice president of the national level. Woo! Not too much enjoyment, thank you. Yeah, well, I like food, animal facts, beer, snow. Well, I mean, I like most things. I like liking things. So yeah. Anyway, you'll get to know me better because I will speak a lot. And yeah, now I leave you to my wonderful vice chair, Esther.
Hi, that's me. I'm Esther. I've been in ESN since 2019 when I started my master's in Luzern. So I'm an alumni now at Hochschule Luzern. I was active member HR, event manager. Now this year I was NEM, and then I changed to partnership manager. I've been elected, I don't know, a month ago, I guess. Fun fact, I taught my friend how to build a snowman this last January, very special times. How to win me over, ice cream. Yesterday we started off with ice cream, so already I like Lugano, I think. Road trips and concerts, and yeah, food, friends, animals, to keep it short. Yeah, questions later, I guess. That's fun. Yes, please name a section.
I'm Simon, or Simon. I am the local representative for almost a year. And I'm here to stay, so I'm going to be here for another year, for sure. I like to dress up for the occasion, be it ESN or work or whatever the fuck I'm doing. And I truly love boats and doing stuff. And if you want to win me over, you take me out to an amber beer, or sitsits, or sitnings, or the Dutch Cantus. Or just straight up marry me, because that seems to be a thing lately on ESN events. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, perfect. That's your wonderful city. Before I forget, because it was asked last time, the role of the main chair, meaning me, will be basically, yeah, I mean, you see it. I will be the person explaining the slides, asking people to stay on time. Yeah, I'm the mediator of, like, I don't know how you want to call it. The vice chairs are in charge of taking the minutes. That's why the name and section. And the technical chairs are in charge of the live stream, the microphone. So yeah, if you have any kind of technical issue, I guess you can ask Simon. And yeah, we all three of us prepared the agenda, prepared a lot of stuff. And now introduction of the CT and also an OC, introduction of the OC and also an OC announcement. So yeah, I will leave the voice to Iside.
Okay. Buongiorno. Thank you for coming to Lugano. This is our amazing OC. You will see them hopefully in these 2 days. We'd like to ask you to remind if you didn't pay the participation fee to pay it and upload on the Galaxy. And yeah, sorry for the coffee problem. We are solving the coffee machine problem. And also we will have a tea and some juice for who doesn't drink coffee. So they will arrive. Thank you, guys. Okay.
Thank you, Isida. And yeah, here you have most of the OC. As you can see, I'm not on it. No, okay. Now we will do a quorum check. Does everyone know? I mean, all the people who have a voting device or are supposed to have a voting device, do you have it? Okay. Now, how it works is I will say quorum check, meaning have you ever been to Italy? And then actually, we need to do, yeah, I will count them now, but it's okay. If you have ever been to Italy, please raise your voting device for yes now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, well, it's the slide after we messed up. 5, 9, 10. Okay, we have 10 for yes. No. Have you ever been to Italy? No. Have you ever been to Italy? Abstain. 1, 0 for no and 1 for abstain. So in total, we have 11 people. Okay. Now, we need scrutinizers. What is the role of, we need 2 of them. What is the role of them is they will just count the votes, and basically they will also count the secret votes. Do we have people volunteering for scrutinizers? We have Jonas, and we need 1 more. And I don't remember. Anna or Hannah? Okay, then please come to the front. And thank you for your help. Okay, so we have Hannah and Jonas as scrutinizers. So now, next question. Do you accept them as scrutinizers? Please raise your voting device for yes. And now you count them and then you say. 11? 11 for yes. Just I will go for procedural. Raise your voting device for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. 11 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain. Woo! We have our scrutinizers. Okay, now next question. Do you approve of the CT? Please raise your voting device for yes. Yeah. Okay, we have 10 for yes. Raise your voting device for no. 0 for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. 1 for abstain. Woo! Thank you for electing us. Approving us, actually, but yeah. Okay, now we have changes in the agenda, which I will show you very quick. Okay, I don't have it on this page, my bad. Okay, so okay, the first the first change to the agenda is that we don't have an international board member speech. So this was removed. There was also a typo in NR, but this I already changed because I put Ella instead of, but it's NR. There's also another thing is we will only have 1 AC candidate presentation, and I will let Jas explain why.
Yes. So I decided to retract my candidacy for advisory council of ESN Switzerland because I took some time to kind of decide whether I want to go for the position or not. And when I decided, it was like the deadline had already passed. And after some discussions, I was like, okay, I'll still apply and then see. But then I realized that it's not the correct way of doing things, not the just way of doing things. So I decided to retract my candidacy and then reapply at the next open call, and then yeah, like present myself at anyone.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Also on Sunday, before there was a Erasmus focus generation group, something like that. It's not going to happen. So these are the 4 small sessions. And yeah, these are the change to the agenda. No, I want to ask you, do you approve of the changes to the agenda, which we will send in the CT? Please raise your voting device for yes. Ten for yes. Please raise your voting device for no. Please raise your voting device for abstain, sorry. Okay, now since we only have 10, we need to redo the vote. So please vote if you have a voting device. Do you approve the agenda? Please raise your voting device for yes. Okay, I think we're actually missing Lugano. Can someone get someone from Lugano? Yeah, yeah. But Giulio's national levels we cannot. But yeah, because we are Giulio, tell them we always need one person of Lugano. So yeah, Lugano, this is my section. I hope you like them. We are late, but we're nice. We do food, don't worry. Yeah, yeah. I'm checking. Okay. Ale has his voting device. Okay. Now, I ask again, do you approve the agenda? Yes. Please raise your voting device for yes. Eleven for yes. Raise your voting device for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. 11 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain. Woo! Okay. Next. No, wait, sorry, I have to click on it again. Approval of the minutes of NA2 Lucerne. Do you approve the minutes of NA2 Lucerne? Please raise your voting device for yes. Please, 10 for yes. Please raise your voting device. Please put your voting device down. Please raise your voting device for no. Please raise your voting device for abstain. Woo! Thank me for doing nice 2 minutes because the minutes are approved with 10 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstain. Okay. Now, introduction to double track. For those who don't know what a double track is, it means we will have 2 things in parallel. Okay, so how it works is we will have the, wait 1 second, I have to go back on it. We will have at the same time the introduction to ESN for people who are maybe newbie to ESN or are not that new, or it's your first NA and you don't know that much. I would recommend going there, which will be with Elena and Mary. Please raise up. Yeah, stand up is better than raise up. Please stand up. I think it's going to be in the room next to the breakfast. Just check with Easy there, but normally it's there. So in parallel, we will have the HR strategy, the Swiss event policy paper amendment, and the presentation of ESN survey. So I would ask, well, Mary and Elena to go out of the door, and also I remind you, I remind you to be silent in the corridors. But to the people interested into the newbie track or introduction to ESN, sorry, you can go with them. I like. I have got the information that it's also. I have got the information that it's also for international guests, the introduction to ESN. And yeah, basically, if it's your first NA, I would suggest you to go there. Or if, yeah. I'm waiting on the information. Yeah. It makes me happy being ahead. Bless you. We need to. I will send it. I will send it during the present. Or can you? Can one of you send it? Can you maybe take it fine? Are you? Can I send a message from you or I send it? We're waiting. Okay, did everyone who wanted to go to the introduction to ESN leave? Raise your hand. Okay, perfect. Now we will have HR strategy, which will be presented by Arnaud. So I give you the microphone.
Thank you. Okay, I will present the human resource strategy that you have seen in the voting documents. So you should have already read it. So it will just be a small presentation if you have questions, but you should already know a little bit about it. So just to explain a tiny bit, this document is aimed as like a small booklet that can be used for the national level and also the local level. And you can just read the document if you have some issues regarding human resources. And it comes from different aspects. I will come to them. It's separated in 9 different parts. And if you are interested in, let's say, recruitment or like onboarding, you can just look at the part, look at what we put under that part, and then you can implement it to your section. It is not something that you have to do. It is a booklet to help you. Basically, it's like a strategy. So it is what we advise you to use, but you don't have to do it. You just have to tailor it to your section. That's the most important thing. Can I have the next slide? So I kind of have said this already. So it is basically, we've created this document because we've noticed that in the sections, we lack a little bit of like a standardized human resource like process. And it's also very difficult sometimes to have them. This is something that we've worked together with the VP and the HR community this year. So it's kind of in the same line. And yeah, maybe the next slide. As I've already said, so there's 9 parts for every goals, we'll say. And you will always have one part that is kind of like a general aim. You will have the local examples and you will have the national examples. So locals are really for you to use them in your section. National is also to hold us accountable of what we do with the national level, that you can check that if it's actually being implemented. So the first one is about volunteer management. So this is like a very broad part of the HR strategy. So this one is kind of like about developing structures. One thing that I can also maybe add on this, we haven't talked about it, but the person that is in charge of the national part of the HR strategy is mostly the VP, whereas the person that is in charge of the local parts of the HR strategy with you, the sections, would be the section manager. So for the examples, a lot of it, you will see it's something that you already have in your sections. So we advise to have task descriptions for the following positions that are working with HR, so VP, as you have in all sections now, a VP, hopefully for next year as well. And HR manager for bigger sections. I think to this point, almost all sections have now, I think, Geneva, UNIL, EPFL, Bern, Zurich, TFHLW, Lugano. Am I forgetting a section? Lucerne as well. So yeah, almost all sections, but we put 4 bigger sections. It's really up to you. We've noticed that it's quite useful to have one person that's taking care of this because it's a lot of work and it's really worth the effort to put that work into it because it really plays a big role in volunteer retention. On the national level, it's more about the development of volunteer management for you. And we're also doing all of this in the frame of the 3-year strategy. And one of the main things that we do for the HR strategy with you, the local members, is the community weekends that we organize the national level. So we use it. It's written as a training event. It's not really just a training event. It's way more than a training event. It's part training, but also parts about meeting you and also giving you some tools, some discussions. So it's a little bit more than this, but it is also a training event for the local members. Regarding the recruitment, yes? Yeah. The aim is to improve the external and internal recruitment. So this is mostly what you can use for recruitment on the local level and national level. So on the local level, it's about creating promotional materials that is inclusive, that is also explains a little bit more who can actually register in ESN, and also the collaboration with the your universities or your high school, like how you call it, Fachhochschule. Yeah, so with the IRS basically. On the national level, it's helping you on the local level with capacity, but it's also when we have new national level members to have like a good like task description that people know what they're getting into when they apply for a position. So that's basically on the recruitment. So onboarding, maybe you can move directly to the examples. For the local member, it's making sure that they're well integrated, that they get the right training when they get into ESN, that they get information for the events, and also if they want to apply for board position, that it is easy to access. They have the task description, and they can also look at the previous documents, and they can look at the transition period documents, so they know what is expected for them if they want to apply for a board position. On the national level, it's taking care of the process of the local level, of course, but it's also on the national level to make sure that the board, the national level task description are up to date. About training, I think you can also come directly to the examples. So on the local level, it's a bit more difficult, but what we advise is to develop educational materials. Also, if you can have your own training event, maybe it's a bit easier for bigger sections, but that's a good thing. But mostly one team building event, it's one thing that we have in most sections, I think, and is also very well appreciated by the members, not just on a training aspect. So it is something that we advise. On the national level, also material and training design that you can get as sections, so you can have the documents from the national level and reuse them and tailor it to your sections, and also to support you with training events if you want to have some in your sections. You can also move directly to examples. Motivation for the local members. So team building is a big part of the motivation in the local level, but also appreciation actions and initiatives. It's not just recognition certificates, it's also maybe you do awards, maybe you can just do small things, small thank you for the help with something, just being mindful of their involvement, basically. On the national level, it's quite similar. We make sure that the national level members are being appreciated because they do a great job, and also that recognition certificates is slowly moving forward with the process. And yeah. Well-being, it's quite on the same line. So it's the same for local and national level. It's basically creating documents, initiatives on the topic of time management, but also mental health, to make sure that volunteers take care of themselves as well, and not just about the organization, that they are actually happy and they bloom in the ESN. So then diversity and inclusion, you can also already move, I think. We have a document of ESN International, which is called Diversity of Human Resources booklets that you can look at. basically make sure that we are inclusive and that we promote diversity. And it is something that we have on the national level that we're trying to do as well, but you can access it. You have the link on the document, on the PDF document, if you want to access it directly. And also the code of conduct that is being respected. Then information, we didn't put the sharing is caring drive, but it's also something. Here you have the ESN wiki, which is a great document if you want to access training session outlines, but also different kind of information that you might have. Maybe you have questions from your local members that you cannot answer, like what is this, what is that event? You can have this, so we promote it on the national and also local level. And the last but not the least, employability. We will talk about it during the action plan a bit later today, but basically we have, we're trying to professionalize our volunteers. So what we do is actually being used after we get into the work field, but also that the international service, such as MIS in Korea, we have Lara, which is in the team that is being promoted, and that you can use the documents on it. And for the national level, it's about the recognition certificates. So make sure that the process is actually going forward, that you get your certificates, and also that we assess how useful it is for you and to know your needs, basically. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I will now open the speakers list, and you have more or less 5 minutes to ask questions. And thank you for being on time, Arno.
You can ask on Slido or?
Yeah, you can connect on the left to Slido and then send your name and section.
I'm not answering the first question. I don't want to get in trouble.
I will leave it open like for 30 more seconds, and if no one types, then is someone struggling? Are you struggling? Okay, perfect. Yeah, but one person was writing for like 1 minute. If you want to be smart, you write your name and section and you just copy it. So in case you need to redo it, you just paste it. Yeah. You want to send the yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, now, yeah, sorry, my bad. It's, yeah, okay, I didn't see it. The Axel, yeah, okay. No, the idea, Axel, is that you write your name and section, and then we give you the microphone. Yeah, you just write the name and section. And then you say your question orally. Yes, but if you have to write multiple times, it's just do it that way, because otherwise, why would he speak up if we can just have the silence? And then I feel it's a bit sad if the only people speaking is it's the screen. Okay.
Can I answer? Or do you want to answer again?
Yeah, so we have it on the microphone. I don't know.
Hello?
Axel, ESN EPFL. So you mentioned that it's only guidelines for the local section, but I don't even understand why we vote on it and why, what is the impact in the vote? If we accept it or reject it, what does it change?
So as you've seen, there's many things that you cannot apply to every section, because some stuff If you have a section of less than 10 members, it's just not possible to apply all of this. Basically, if you were to refuse, it's because you have something that you don't agree with this, and then we can work on it again and then make it a bit better for you. If it gets accepted, it's just a sign that you accept with what we've said, and then you can use it back in your section or not, but it's at least something that is there, that is accepted by the sections. And yeah, basically, you just pick what's the most useful for you. Is it an answer? No? You have another question?
Yeah, yeah, one
Yeah.
Axel, ESN EPFL. You you mentioned you talked about the communities during in the document. But you forgot the LR committee, but it's okay. But other than that, it was written that it would be only closed for some local board positions, and like I think it's a bit sad, like to restrict it for like the future years. If we could like in France, committees and I don't understand why to state it inside the document if it's like just to restrict us.
I'm really confused by your question.
Okay.
I didn't talk about communities. I just talked about one community, VP and HR, which is just one community. And that community is working on HR topics.
In the document, at some point, there is a list of all the communities. And
On the document, not
Yeah,
here
yeah,
on the
the-
presentation. Okay. It was on the first part.
I think it was on the first part, yeah.
And you said that it was missing which community?
The LR community, but yeah, it's not the point of my question. My question is more that it was written that the committees are only open to the board, local board members that relates to the position.
Mhm.
And for example, in ESN France, we have some communities that are open to everyone and not only specific board support board positions. And I don't understand why to write this and restrict us in case we want to change in the future the way that the committees work.
So it's not really about HR. It's about the thing that it's written for those special communities, just to understand the.
Still related about the HR because it's the way that ESN Switzerland handle the.
Except, okay.
Yes.
I-
Does anyone else have a question for this? I don't see it. I'll put it in Q&A. Not in phone, in Q&A. And also the toilets are outside. In case. But now, then I see.
There is still no answer, so.
Yeah, I have an answer. Yeah, sorry. So just to explain, the communities are really position related here because they're meant to have at least one person from the section. And that's also the main goal of the community here. Also, if you have many people from one section, one thing that can happen is that people don't dare to talk about some topics, especially in the HR team, which was we saw during the semester that some informations are very sensitive. So the people that are in there needs to first kind of accept the social contract that everything that's here stays here. And if there's one person for one section, it is better for representation, in my opinion. But for some communities, I agree that can be arguable. Maybe not president as well, community, but maybe communication, for instance. Yeah.
I would suggest those participants on the video. Speaker, no, I'm asking, does anyone object? No, okay, speakers, let's close.
Okay, GDGSN Switzerland. I would like to ask you what part of this policy you envision that could become a minimum requirement for being a section of ESN Switzerland, or do you think that this could go in this direction? Or
I would say that the main thing is that you have at least one person that takes care of the process. Then that there's at least one clear a guideline of how it works with recruitment, onboarding, so that it's at least defined. It can be defined of various ways, depending of how your section works, how many members you have. Basically, there's an infinite number. There needs to be at least well-defined, and that you have at least one person that takes care of it. That would be the bare minimum of HR strategy.
React or not?
Not for reaction?
And how and who will be in charge to have this? No, not yes, but okay.
Yeah, but no, what I say.
I said, how do you envision to have this as a requirement? But
There's another question.
okay, now we can close.
But as you
We
Discuss
can
in
talk
private.
about it after. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, Arno. Okay, now I would like to invite Izide, not Elena, Izide to present the SEP amendment. And Sarah, sorry.
Okay. Hello? Okay, yes, it works. Nice. Okay, we will present you the SEP amendment. I will talk about the first part concern more the national events. So just to start, basically what it will change in the community weekend. From now, you will have one participation fee covered by ESN Switzerland, maximum one participant for each community weekend. And for Swinstre Rally, the new change is, I mean, it was already actually implemented, the travel expenses for national level and supporting bodies, and also participation fees for international guests are covered by ESN CH to a maximum of 20 international guests. Yeah. So, you know that Titanic Lemanic had a change last year. Just to give you an overview what will happen. So each year there will be a negotiation of, between the OC and the National Treasurer about the grant amount. Of course, first the budget will be, I mean, the provisional budget will be sent to the National Treasurer at least 1 month before to, you know, to have at least the overview. And then there will be also space for negotiation among the OC and the National Treasurer for the final approval. So these are mainly for the event, the national events. Now I'll give the mic to Sarah, that she will talk more about the intersection events.
Okay, so we have different kind of events, and we basically added the intersection events in our STEP document. So you have see the different cooperations events are like fixed events that are in the Swiss event policy paper, such as Titanic Lemanic, and intersection events. Sorry. Okay, it's just, how can I do this? Okay. A beginner. That you just need to be at least 2 sections organizing together an event. So for those of you who know the guidelines, it will not be nothing new for you. So basically we took the content from the guidelines and put it in the policy paper. So this means if you want to apply for a grant, you need to do this within the 3 deadlines of each semester, or at least 2 weeks in advance. Then, as I said before, the requirement is obviously at least 2 sections need to organize something together who are from different cities. Then, yeah, you need to organize the event and to make sure that you send the grant within the deadline, which is really important. And that's the participants can basically be exchange students, but also ESN members. So yeah, sorry, you can continue. And that's what I said before. Here, something that we would like to point out is that the national board will tell you how much grant they will give to you, and they will give you the amount, obviously, to prevent that the OC is doing any profit. So that's why they will define it also based on your budget. Also, when you organize an intersection event, it's important that you make sure that you cover the sustainability part. So this means, as it's been already done for most NAs, you can see that the OC is making sure that there are sustainable actions taking place, but also it should the OC should point out during the event all the sustainable aspects. Yeah, that was basically it.
Now I will open this list and actually prefer to write it in the Q&A rather than the polls part. The speakers list is open. Does anyone think they have a question? Okay. Yes, please just, if you want to write a comment, write it in the polls. Actually, I don't think it should go, but in Q&A, write only in the session. Okay, Dana, you have a question?
Oh,
Now last week.
It's red. Oh, it's working. Thanks. Okay. So I have a question regarding the intersection event guideline amendment. Dana, ACS in Switzerland. Thanks. I have a question regarding the finance part. So it says that intersection grant needs to be sent to the treasurer at ESN latest 2 weeks before the event. But then what's the timeline for the national level to reply, basically? Like, do they have 1 week to say yes or no? Because the section also need to know if they can go ahead with the fund or not. So like one that is a bit missing is what is the responsibility from national level?
Answer? Yeah, I mean, I think this question is more for Elena, that, I mean, she's not here, but of course, there should be also a part in which we can also give to the section some timeline on also on this process. So I cannot answer you if there is already or is taught by Elena because she's not here, she's present in the workshop, but maybe somebody else.
Yes, in Switzerland. So in general, the idea of sending the documents 2 weeks in advance is that the treasurer and the people in charge would be able to go through the documents first, send us a message on the national board chat so that we can vote on the suggested amount. And usually this whole process takes about maximum a week. So this is like empirically speaking, this is what has been done so far. Now, of course, this, like in our experience, also sections tend to also send a bit later, a bit earlier. So it really depends. So this is why we really want to enforce the 2 weeks so that we can reply to all the sections, all the requests in time, so that they know that they can get the funds. But in general, let's say most requests get funds. It's just a matter of if they get the full funds or not.
Test. Okay. So Jonas Heitzmann. Yeah. Okay. So Jonas Heitzmann from ESN Uni Lausanne. I have a question about like the responsibilities of the sections for Titanic. The new point is like payment of the participation fees in a bulk payment for the section, for their section members to the OC of Titanic. I think my question is more to Elena, so maybe we can discuss it also later. But does this mean that Titanic makes a bill to the ESNCH treasurer, and then you dispatch it to the sections, or do we do it to the sections directly?
So I can answer because I was also in the group. So what is done for this edition was that each section send the number of participants that wants to bring to Titanic, and then the section itself pay in bulk for their members. So each section is, in charge to pay for their members. So it's not ESN Switzerland that does, unique invoice. Yeah.
So, basically, just like send a bill to each section with the number of. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Does anyone still want to ask a question? Thank you for your presentation. And now I would like to invite David for the ESN survey presentation.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. So let's talk about a subject that you're gonna hear a lot from me during the next 2 months, actually, because ESN survey, the 15th edition, has been released last week, and it's very important for us, ESN, for the students, for the next exchanges, and we have a lot of stuff to discuss. Next slide. First, as I said, 20th of May, some of you have read the mail, some of you have already filled the survey. It has been released. We have a huge goal at international scale, which is 25,000 answers. So yes, it's a huge goal, and you can skip. You have here the link. I'm gonna send it to you tonight, tomorrow, Monday, please, when I have time. And it's a very important topic to fill it. We have all the information on that website. It's a very nice website made by some amazing friends. You can skip. But what is the ESN survey? We're asking. First, I'm giving you information. This is the survey, the student research of ESN International, and we focus on mobility on the Erasmus Plus program, and not only, there is focus also on the other mobility programs, SEMP in Switzerland, but all the others also available. It's a long survey, 20 minutes, we admit it, but we try to figure out all the stuff, all information that you need about students, international students, when they go on mobility, those who have been on mobility, those who are on mobility, and those who have not been yet on mobility. This is something very new. That's part of the population that has not been on mobility for several reasons, and we want to know why. Can you just go back, because I have there. Oh yeah, I've already talked that. Next. Yes, a bit of background, because it's ESN survey, it's gonna be 15th edition, so it's been 20 years almost of surveys. Surveys for ESN International is very important because it provides data European Union likes and gives money. So basically for them, yeah, they have a lot of money for that. And basically we can reach a lot of students. Last edition, it was 20,000 students reached, which is huge. And across also surveys, 200,000, yes, 200,000 students have been collected. And we try to gather the aspect about education, about how it goes with the classes. Last one was about COVID. So we have a lot of data about how it's going. Yes. This is what we need. First, we need the data. So the assessment of the needs, assessment of the reality. Once this is done, we can think about what kind of actions can we do, what kind of stuff we have to do, we have to promote, we have to tell you how it goes. And then when this is, we know how we can do, what we need to do, we have the advocacy part, which for us in Switzerland, I told you, we have a different mobility program. So for us, it's rejoining Erasmus+, having better grants, bigger grants, having also better conditions of people in coming here. We can skip to the next. Yes. Why it isn't so important. I'm going to repeat some information because it's very important. You can go to the next slide. Yes. First, we are the Erasmus generation. You know, we have been told, we are repeating it, but we are the ones traveling, the ones sharing information from each other easily. And this one, come on. This one gives us the perspective of understanding the state, the current state, the health states of our mobility programs. So for us, ESN, we want to improve those programs and we want to see how it goes. Next, yes. This one, it's as important as the last ones, but also it has a particular meaning. It's the first one after COVID. So basically we had 2 years of mobility without pandemic, almost without pandemic. So basically we want to see how it has recovered the programs, how it is going, people, how they feel, and how they feel when they go abroad, because there is new challenges, we face other difficulties. And yes, and this is something very new that has not been done yet. There is a wish, and it's very important. We want to focus on the people of the students, and not only on the people who has not been on mobility, because those people, why have they not been? Is it grades? Is it financial? Is it support from family? Is it fear of leaving the friends, fear of leaving the, how do they say, our comfort zone? So this is very important question that we want to understand. And this is going to be the first time we have why people have not that opportunity. So yes, we have 3 target groups. And this is very important to gather. We focus on students who have been on mobility the last 2 years, since August 2021. It can be people who have been 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. And it's important, those last 2 years, because it's after COVID or in between COVID. We try to reach the students who are actually now on exchange, who are now graduated. And yes, and also the focus, I will tell again, this is important, the non-mobile students in institutions. Next. So yes, this is one initiative we have. We all know it, how it's going. It's just a ESN survey is one way of having it written down, but we are all part of it when we are doing our actions. We are always listening to the students, how they feel, how they know, and we are always comforting them when they need. But this time with a written proof, we can just say, look at other people, at stakeholders. Look, there is a need on that topic. There is a need, for example, to fight more. I will talk later about discrimination. We have talked this weekend that we have still huge problems in Switzerland. And yes, this daily support that you can provide us as national level, as international level, and you also at local sections, you will benefit from it. It's very important to make it your life better and the life of the exchange student better. So yes, a bit more the issues we have and the points we need. The points that have been raised, for example, during the last survey. Julian, next. First, this is a few results. We assess how it goes within the institutions. Are they better accepted? How is the support given by universities? Is it a better one? Is it a worse one? How do they feel about that? Are you satisfied? This is the question. How do you feel about it? And this was during COVID times, and they make a comparison between you, how do you feel your home institution? So for us, for example, for Julian here, it's Uzi, his home institution, and if he goes to exchange, I don't know, in Lisboa, it's gonna be host in the institution is the University of Lisboa. Next, yes, we will do for sure, and I hate that it's country comparison. I want to compare again with Austria because we have tons of them, and behind that we can see, oh, but this we can improve. For example, their satisfaction within the hosting institution. You see, the lower ones are 75% showed there, which is high, but we can do better. Sweden and Netherlands have 95%. So basically they are people arriving in those universities, in those countries, are very happy with their universities. How can you improve? This is an example for France and Italy. How can you improve the satisfaction? You can go next. We have, is it credit recognitions? Yes. This is the most important. When you go on mobility, and you take classes, you want to have the credits because you will not work for nothing. Switzerland has higher average scores. Basically, 3 credit out of 4 are accepted. So basically, they're recognized and you can validate them. It means that 1 credit out of 4 you have worked for nothing in Switzerland, which is huge. So when you go outside, so this is something that we can improve, and we have to say, look, this is similar classes, this is similar courses, and having worked 6 credits, 8 credits a semester, and not receiving those credits, that's so painful. Yes, grants. Again, we talk about money. Switzerland does not like to give money. We know that, but how do we stand? Have we higher grants? Have we lower grants? Are we having them in time? The answer is often no. How late are we getting them? That's or how early are we getting them? That's so many questions that we are assessing. We are checking. You can go next. Yes. Have a nice sleep, Julian, by the way. And also the stress, because a mobility, as I said, you go out of your comfort zone, and this is very complicated. So those who experience, you had doubt at some moment. Is it the right decision? Am I able to do that? And what happens if I have a health issue, if I have a financial problem in between? And this is the stress that you can have, and we want to see which ones are the more problematic and are more, we have to more have a better focus. The stress, as I said, but the courses, anxiety, accommodation, these are really ones. Accommodation is a problem growing, and sadly, I'm expecting to see more of this problem in the next survey. And I don't want that. The learning agreement, this is always a big problem. Yes, discrimination, we have talked this already this weekend, and I've given you a bit late some numbers. Okay, the next. Yeah, and yeah, we do not forget, we try not forgetting that you students, when you go mobility, we are ambassadors, and what's happening when you go there, how are you considered too, and when you come back. You can go next, please. Yes, just a bit overview for those who have filled, those who will fill, and if you want to promote to your local section, these are basically the topics we ask in the survey. So we ask, which is your background? What is your perspective of the program, of the mobility program? This is for Erasmus because this is mainly based for European Union and because it has a lot more, much more people, but which are your motivation to go mobility? What's your support, your experience in the host institution, the student experience and the support, the financing, that's very important. Are you receiving 1 grant? Are you receiving 2 grants, 3 grants? In some countries, you can have more. What's your impact on yourself? Have you feel grown? How do you feel afterwards? People say they're more open-minded. They realize, for example, I'm taking an example there in front row. He's saying that after his exchange, he got to know about LGBTQI realities and also about sustainability. Both topics went throughout his exchange and grow inside him. And now he's working in environmental. And also demographics, age, country, nationality, and other stuff. You can, 5 minutes, okay. Then you focus, as I said, why you choose exchange destination. This is very important. Why do you choose Spain, for example? Why do you choose Italy? Why do you choose Switzerland? The learning, the pedagogies, the new features of the exchange programs, and yes, about active citizenship. That's something very important that's growing these 2 years because we have election in Switzerland and European Union and in most countries now. Next. So the benefits there, yeah, you can skip. We have prizes, amazing prizes. We have 10 in-trial prizes to win 10 Flixbus vouchers. It's not 4, it's 10 vouchers. It has been increased. So basically a lot of money to receive. Next, yes. Then we have communication material. I have not the time due to my team to watch, so I'm gonna send it to you later. Everything you need to share. Next, Julian. The program, yes, as I said, we will do amazing comparisons, of course, with always the face of Sabira and Nare in the bottom of our presentation. Julian, next. If we have enough data in one city, I'm taking, for example, Zurich. If we have more than one answers, we can assess the needs and try to check which are the needs of the city and then provide you a better support, one-on-one support. Or for a group, non-mobile students who have more than 100 answers, we can provide a bit more. Next. Yes, this is the cycle. We have more later how it's going. First survey, we have a second one in 2 years. You can go next. And how does it work for Switzerland? You are asking me. Because this is, and why we are using it. Julian, next. I'm gonna take 3 examples. Of course, these examples are ones, maybe they're looking alike realities for some of you, but yeah, I'm taking examples. First, we have a student, Carla, from Switzerland. She goes to Sweden 1 year. So how does it count in the numbers? Because we need many answers. She counts as an outgoing student for Switzerland, but she went to Sweden. So she counts as 1 incoming student for Sweden. This is very important to reach the numbers. Another example, because we have other type of mobility. Shana going to 1 semester in coming to Switzerland. She's counted as 1 incoming student and not as outgoing because Colombia is not part of mobility programs. And there is still a need to assess those ones. even though I don't know how they will do that, but it's very important to have those data. Or Dana, who studied pedagogy and wanted to go exchange and decided not to. Why did she not to? Lack of similar program, loss of part-time job, way too much stress. There is so much issue. Next. These are what we do, comparison, because comparison is very important. In Switzerland, we have a goal of 220 answers between outgoing and non-mobile students. And this is very important to have those answers because then we can have process data and make data analysis when we have time. So basically after summer. And this is, we gather non-European mobility because we are not part of Erasmus+. And why do we gather all others? Because if we gather a name, for example, my first example, it counts as one for Switzerland and for Sweden. So basically we are helping also others increasing the numbers. But we need the Swiss reality, how it's coming here. Julian, next. This is what the main outcomes that are going to come for sure. We will raise awareness after, with your help, of course, about the language. Have you had language difficulties? Have you had cultural integration difficulties? How is it your engagement after your mobility? A lot of people change the engagement towards student associations throughout life. And often, really often, the feeling of citizenship increases. And so this is very important for politicians, for stakeholders to say, oh, what's the benefits? The benefits not only party, as they always say, benefits not only travel, it's all about cultural diversity, inclusion. And what the next point is about the barriers. I'm sorry, which are barriers? I say finance, family, friends, communication. Have you been told about the opportunities? That's very important. Have you the opportunities? And the last point is the one I don't like it, and we don't like it. What are your issues during mobility? We say discrimination. Switzerland, they said 24% of students face discrimination in Switzerland, which is a lot. 20% of them, it's racism, and which is 20% students of faced racism during mobility. It's about 10 about their personal beliefs and 15 about their sexual orientation, which is a lot, even though we have the health problems facing in Switzerland. It was 25% having health problems, how it goes insurance-wise. And this is main problems from day-to-day life. The stress, accommodation, as I said, it's going to increase. We know Zurich is a big problem in terms of accommodation. Geneva also with the prices. So basically, it leads often to financial issues. So this is also something we can check if there is a link between both of them. And social exclusion. A lot of people feel excluded from social circles with their friends from home country, but also when they arrive in exchange, and something that we can improve because we are that vector. And how we will disseminate the survey, this is where I need you. We will share soon the survey link, the survey website in our communication. So please tell your people in charge of communication to share the page, to share the link, because it's very important. As you have seen, there is a special branding. It's not fully ESN. It's really to accept everyone, not close to something. We will need to talk to social media, our communication channel. I'm thinking about Lausanne because I know it's Telegram. Share on those groups. The direct talk with the exchange, I know we have the last examples. I talked to it, I remember it was Bern going to St. Gallen, going back, discuss with them, tell them, you have 2 hours to fill the survey. You have 2 hours time to kill. Please fill it. It's not a lot of effort. You have the time. Go to them, talk to them. And this is how it works. I don't remember who shared this story, but I believe it was Juan. Just go to them and tell them, please fill it. It's not taking a lot of time. As ESN Switzerland, during next Monday, next Tuesday, we're gonna send a contact to the IROs. So basically, if they will maybe ask you for information, what's going on, or they ask us, or just if you need any questions, we are here to help you, to provide you support, because we're there for that, and we want the best outcome from Switzerland to assess the best possible. And yes, of course, if we do it once, we can do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, because it's a 2-month survey, so we have a lot of time. Next, and yes, basically a bit overview. The content team is there, the survey team is there. It's an amazing team. We have 2 people, Christy from UK and Angel from Spain, supervising, helping us as Switzerland, us as web, so Western European platform. So helping us with data, helping us also with the information. And if you go next, this is the contact the education team, president at changing, I don't know, but please contact us because we are here to help you, here to provide you support. And I think that's all. No, not coffee break. First question rounds. And sorry, I talked too much.
Yeah, Hannah from ESN Basel. Well, I have kind of 2 things. First of all, this data that we collect, is it just for ESN International, or can also the university profit from this data? Because I think this would be really interesting. I know that the university in Basel, like, we're doing really bad with exchange programs, and they're looking for, I think it would help them to kind of grasp more the problem, why people don't go on exchange, where the barriers are. So this is one thing. And then the other thing is,
I go for the first one
okay,
first.
okay, cool.
For minutes, if it's okay for you.
Yeah.
About the city, you're talking about Basel. I talked before, if we have 100 answers.
Will not.
No?
We don't even have that many exchange students.
Okay. But if we have 100 answers out, plus in, plus non-mobile. It's basically all from the same city. Now we can ask for the answers. We ask for the answers, they provide us, and they say, this is from Basel. They provide to city, they can provide to sections. I believe city for Basel is better fit because we have all 3 realities. And then we can compare what are the difficulties we faced, accommodation, finance, and then, yes, but we need the 100 answers.
And otherwise we cannot get the data.
For city, no. Else we can work on national scale.
Okay.
That's the threshold, because if they have lower than 100, I believe it's maybe a bit less, depends, you can negotiate, but it becomes personal data because you can find who was behind those data. And this is not something that ESN wants, is to share personal information. That's why they set at 100, because it's nice, number 2, and also because of privacy of opinions, privacy of feelings, privacy of relationships between people.
Okay, and my other question was, so this survey, you said it's for exchange students, people have gone on exchange, but especially for the question about barriers, exchange. Oops, hello. I think for barriers about going on exchange, it makes much more sense to ask local students, right? So is it also for local students or just?
That's why I said it about 10 times.
Oh, sorry.
For the people who did not get the mobility, we have a limit that's low in my opinion, but we want to know why people don't go. As I said, those barriers, some people who went on mobility have them too, but for those who have not, is it financial? As I said in my last example, why is it there? There, yes, the non-mobile students currently in institutions, because if we know why didn't go on mobility, it can be, I said, losing a part-time job, financial difficulties, but finding a new accommodation later coming back. going outside. So yeah, this is a very important point. This is the first time we have those questions for people who have not been yet, who could not go on mobility. So that's why this is key point in this survey, because it's the first time. And then in the next one, we can compare. But this one, we want to assess that need.
Thank you.
Actually, ESN EPFL, it's a short question about the numbers, because you talk about students going abroad, but there is also mobility inside Switzerland. So how does it count for a Swiss student going in exchange in Switzerland? Does it count twice?
I don't believe people have considered it between the form. No, looking at the team, it's very important for us to assess it because we are people going in mobility inside Switzerland from, for example, Lausanne to Bern, they're still moving from a different language. They have less, as I said, barriers, often due to family distance, less because we still remain in the same country. You still have the same kind of global system, health system. So it's easier, I would say, to move abroad. But it's still important to assess it, and from ESN International and the ESN survey team are going to ask us question why this has happened, but we just say we have those programs in Switzerland that you are not proposing in your own country, and we still need to assess this reality. So yes, take into account the Swiss mobility, because this is very important, and we lack of information actually from students in such a way. And we're going to explain to the international team why we are doing that. They don't understand yet. Microphone. Yes, announcement from the chairing, no, from the OC.
Hello, guys. So, new coffee machine arrived, the juice arrived, the tea arrived. And just, I would like to ask you a question. If you prefer, we have two different type of coffee break, one salty and one sweet. Salty is focaccia and sweet is biscuits. So I would like to ask you if you want now the salty one, like in the morning or in the afternoon. So I will ask, sorry, it's the first question of food of the weekend, but yeah. No, like you can just raise your hand, it's fine. Everybody can decide, you know. So salty in the morning, please raise your hand. Can you count? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will ask just to check. Sweet coffee break. I mean, you will have both, but it's just to have now the. Okay, fine. Let's eat. It's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the announcement. Yes, has a reaction. Yeah, we will explain about the sugar cubes once they're done. Okay. So we were actually 2 minutes in advance, so you have 2 minutes more on your coffee break. So please be back at 10:50. This means 10:50 in the room and not taking your coffee and running. So yeah, see you. And yeah, please be quiet in the corridors. Thank you. See you soon.
All right. Hmm? Yes, but because all right. So what we're gonna do is each NB member will be in a corner of a room, and then you will be moving around with your family. Did everybody see like their families? Did you all kind of start, you know, getting to know which faces? No? What? Yeah. No. But just to say, this is the easier way to do it. Can you put the families? Perfect. So what we're gonna do? Okay, so Mario and Luigi will come with me. You go up again. Italian football players will go with Elena. Italian car will go with Arnaud. Romans will go with Yuri. Italian artists will go with Sara. And the final one, Italian fashion, will go with David. Yes, Axel. Yeah, we can turn. Yeah.
You have 40 minutes. If I'm just doing that. So you have 40 minutes. We have 6 groups.
Yes.
So let's say 6 minutes per group. And yeah, if you manage 6 minutes per group and say 1 minute to change, yeah, okay. Just try to be back here at 11:35.
Yeah, so I think it's the question for Axel. Only the MB rotate, not the entire group.
Okay, so group up with your families, and then the NB will rotate to you.
I will stay here. I will stay here. And I think one, okay, shotgun. So I'll stay here in this corner. Elena, you can take maybe the other corner. Arnaud, you'd like to go elsewhere, or you want to stay still here? Coffee. All right. Yuri. Oh wow, Yuri already took her spot. And then, all right. So each team, do you remember who is going with whom? No? Okay. I will repeat it again. Mario and Luigi with me, Italian football players with Elena, Italian car with Arnaud, Romans with Yuri, Italian artists with Sara, and finally Italian fashion with David. All right. Okay. Yes. Are you not on the table? Aha.
Choose a family, choose a family.
Which do you identify the most with?
If you think that for tonight, maybe if you have a costume that or something that resembles one of the 6 families, put yourself in that one or tell it to me and I will add you.
All right.
Which one?
Can we choose for you? Yeah, then come with us. Come with me, Mario and Luigi. Best team. I'm kidding. I'm an Italian car. I'm betraying my own family. Right. And then when we obviously there's about like new stuff coming up, so the strategy. And finally, one more thing is like what's also black people back. So this has been So this year we will this year we're going to Right, and the alternative
Yuri, can we finish? Sorry, I need Aksham for this. Yuri is already like done. Then you want to.
We started the year with the slightly tech one, and then we went on to MA1 in Python, very nice, and teaching like open version, and then turn, and the next one for the two, and then we compared turn, and we tried to dance with string version. And then national anthem, which was supposed to be an old like getting to the kind of people, and it was really big, the actually also did the financial project corporation, I guess, everything else we went on, and then we're gonna talk to Jeremy, for and then tradition. Then after each year, we and then during the year, we were working in the money, the activity that we sort of program about, but always the financial stuff. Daily work as a day is then exactly you'll see the type of that is what yeah, again, you know, I feel like more of them, like, we got like
I said before, my report was 5 in 1 so I did those that lasted around 2 hours, 2 hours for the assessment, for the workshop, really 6 additional doors. I charge this so the community can and I had this other in March. I a week ago, Vice National Day for Christianity and Defense. I attended one international and area. Then on the international level, I was given at the HR annual day. It was like the community national vice president. And we attended Laura Fidos. I organized writing meetings for advice. I attended with Esther one community meeting in Basel, yeah. I for the president, I two conferences for education. I think that's you have any questions? Yeah. Good advertising, right? Well, first of all, in case of they're always meeting and then I also from one game, like when you go to the community, no,
I'm finishing my sentence. The best for the last.
Please go back to your seat. Please find your seat and sit down. Please sit down. You will have time to speak at lunch or in the meet your family. Oh, sorry. Julio, stop talking. Take your seat. Okay, people, please sit down. We are late already. Okay, I would like to propose a change to the agenda, which will consist of, because the group photo will be moved into the lunch, because we will have lunch outside. So how it will work is everyone goes outside. Yeah, please silence. Like I said, we will have lunch outside. So what we will do is everyone will go outside. Guys, I don't want to repeat it multiple times. We go for lunch. Everyone will go outside together. We will take the group pictures and then the OC will give you the lunch outside. So then you are free if you want to do more pictures with your section and then take the lunch a little bit later. That's it. Also, I will take that time to explain the relaxing time in case it's not clear. It's basically an extension to the lunch, but you can do whatever you want. You can sleep, you can do whatever. It's just so you have a bit more breathing time also, because it can be a bit, well, taking a lot of energy. So yeah, I will have a votation of moving the group photo into the lunch. I would like the scrutinizers to come to the front.
I think we can make it quicker by saying, does anyone oppose? And if someone opposes, then you can make it.
Okay, we still need you. Okay, now voting time. Does anyone oppose this change to the agenda? Okay, 0 positions. So the group photo is moving to lunch, and now we will have the Energizer, sponsored by the Italian crew. So if you want to try, you can all stand up and follow. What? But we are not gonna have the place. We don't have the space. Thank you, Marcel. No, we don't. Yeah. Okay, wonderful Energizer. Now we go to the best part. No, we are going to go for the action plan. I hope you're ready because it's a long document. I will ask Arno to come first to present the governance.
Hello. Are you excited to hear the first part of the action plan? Woohoo! Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Akram. So I will present the governance parts. It's I think seven parts. It's mainly what we will do with Julian. So it's not just me on the governance part. The first thing that we put on our action plan. So just to I wanted to say before that it's all in the frame of the 3-year strategy. That's the 2022 to 2025 thing. So it's all in the same frame as what you had last year. It's just a tiny bit different. So the first point that we put was about external communication of the activities of ESN Switzerland towards the section. So it's really for the local sections that we put that point. The first one is that we want to introduce a newsletter every semester. So it's still not too often, so it doesn't take too much, but it's still one thing that you can have that keeps track of what we do on the national level, because sometimes it's difficult to see what every team is doing. So that would be one thing that we want to introduce. We also want to review the, the update session that you just had to see if it's the most convenient for you. Maybe it's just too much information at the same time. So it is something that we want to evaluate and see if we want to make some modification to it. And also with the communication team, we want to create more content on our social media to show what we actually do on the national level, so you get more information on that. Then there's a big part that is the health and well-being of the national level. So we want to make sure that everybody is feeling good, that they feel included in the team, because we don't see each other as much as you would do in a local section. So we want to meet the team at least once per semester. So like every team, to check that the roles are all okay for everybody, so there's no any issue with like task descriptions, and also that they're actually happy in their team and that it works well. So that's the first part. Also, we want to collect feedback amongst the national level. We put it anonymous because sometimes it's a bit difficult to say what you want to if you have to give your name. So that is something that we wanted to add to really have insights and then to be able to implement it after the semester for the next semester, so it's not too late as well. And we also want to hold at least one physical team building. It was in the HR strategy, you can recognize it. So that is at least one thing that we want to do every semester. Then this part is something that was already present last year about the establishment of the new structure, the national level. So as you know, we had a big restructuring. Now it's almost 2 years ago. We had 1 year of effective restructuring. So we want still to check, because we think it's still a process and that things can still be bettered. So at the beginning of the mandate, we want to see and really set how different teams work together and how they work inside of their team. So that's something that we want to do. Through the mandates at midpoints, we want to see if the structures works, if there's any issues, and then to take that time between the 2 semesters to actually implement the changes. And also to have a little bit small part in the annual report about the experience of the national level members, to say if they liked their experience, if they don't like it as well. So you actually really see the insight of what we have in the national level. Then that is one part that we will talk a bit more during the weekend, is about the new arbitration bodies that we believe we think, and every day I feel like we need more. So we want first to have a consultation with you guys to see, with you people, sorry, to see if it makes sense to you as well. For us, we believe it makes sense, but we want to also have your insights on it, so we can see which body we would need and for what purpose we would need them. We also want to see the best practices in the network, not just in Switzerland, but also outside of Switzerland, to see what they have in other countries and see if it is something that we could use in Switzerland. And yeah, also evaluate the implementation, see how it would work effectively for which task at which time. Then there's still the part about secretariats that we have presented to work on the document, because there's still the project document on it. It's still, we want to pick it up, but we will see what we can do with this. So it's still, we will still come back, not from step 1, but still see from the very basis with you what your inputs are on this, and still try to find solutions. So every single piece of opinion on this is really valuable. So we want to have a consultation with you to see. We already have some ideas for possible human resources in that field for the secretariat. So we put some there but it is not an exhaustive list. We still would need some fundings that we would have through new operational grants with the business and finance team and also the project and causes team. And yeah, depending on the feasibility, if we have after a consultation, we see that it is feasible, we would do a roadmap that you can see what the different milestones would be of the project, what would be done at what point that would be helpful for you to understand, and also it would hold us a bit accountable of what we want to do at every step. Then the professionalization of ESN Switzerland towards external stakeholders. We've talked a bit about it, not that much. So we want to create an ESN report, and that ESN report is a document that is really not forcibly for you, the local sections, but really for the stakeholders, so they understand the activities that we do, they understand who we are actually, what we advocate for, and those documents would have very different formats than the one that you would have for you, and then they can see what our activities are, understand it a bit better with the numbers and actual data. We also want to see how we use social media, because ESN is present on Twitter, it's present a little bit on LinkedIn. We want to review how we can work with it. Also, now that we have a skills and employability officer, that would help us with this as well, to see which social media is the most useful and how we would use it. And also, we want to maybe evaluate the possibility of having partners, maybe at our NAs, our Swiss Train rallies. That can be like institutional partners. That can be also like partners for like partners in general that we have inside Switzerland. So that's something that we want to do to gain visibility. And I think that's the last one. It's on the recognition of voluntary work. So as you know, we have recognition certificates here, but we want to see if we can move the whole process of those certificates a little bit differently. So we first want to see what the need is, like how you would use them. We want to have also the input from the alumnus to know if they had the recognition certificates, if it was useful, how they used it, so we can then change maybe a little bit how it is now. We want to see how other organizations are doing it, so it would be very interesting to have insights from international guests on this. And also, we want to work on a campaign for the topics of volunteer work. So we want to just be more professional, trying to move that way, so it is something that you can benefit from in being volunteer in ESN. And I'm not sure it's in there, but for the whole part of the certificate, is it on the last slide or not? Okay, so maybe I can just add that we also want to see a new working group maybe for this. So it's not just the president and vice president that will work on this, but that we would work together with maybe skills and employability officer, maybe the project manager, to build a whole team. So it's easier and it can also lighten the portfolio, but still have different opinions on the thing. Do you want to add something?
No, wait, we will start the speakers list now. Just in case, does anyone know they have a question? Okay, so I open the speakers list.
Yeah, but I don't think I was.
Okay, well, Jan. Sorry.
Yes, in Switzerland. Thank you very much for the governance part of the action plan. I think it's very comprehensive, and I really enjoyed listening to you. I have two questions. I'll start with the first one regarding the newsletter that you're suggesting. How do you think this would affect the updates of the national level at the NAs? In your opinion, this.
Do you want to answer, or I can answer?
No, okay, I can do that. So, well, sorry, in my Julian, ESN Switzerland elect. In my opinion, I don't think it will change that much because the people who will read that will not be everyone in the section anyway. But it is true that it will maybe allow us also to have more free time and reduce maybe the time for the updates, that we could then maybe do a workshop or something else instead, which offers us more possibilities. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Since you you can do the second directly.
All right.
Does anyone have one more question? Okay. Then you start.
Yes, so my second question is related to the secretariat. You mentioned new operational grants. Do you already have any ideas? Because there's a difference between operational and project grants, right? So do you have any ideas so far, or is it just more like an open question that you want to explore?
No, to be honest, we don't have any specific grants at the moment that we think about.
Axel, ESN EPFL. I have a question concerning the new statutory bodies that you want to implement. I want to ask, would it be like something that you will add up with the AC? And what is the timeline of the implementation of the positions?
We cannot talk about timeline of implementation before we have the actual consultation and actual seeing the needs assessment on this. I think one arbitration board that I can give as an example would be maybe a procedural person that would actually see that the process is going according to what it should look like. Also maybe a legal expert of someone that is really specialized on the legal documents that I can proofread, that our documents are actually following the rules. So that would be like 2 examples. But in terms of timeline, it's impossible to say before we have an actual consultation. Yeah.
Just a reaction, Axel, ESN EPFL, because we are comparing to how it works in ESN Germany. We have a different timeline for the NB and sorry, I'm tired, and the statutory bodies, and they don't start at the same time in order to keep the knowledge in within the level. So just yeah.
So you mean for the election?
Yeah, for the election, this
Election
start
could be at the same time as AC, for instance, but it still needs to see which position that would be. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the presentation, Dana AC. I had a question about, so you presented the part for governance about how you're going to do together. What I wanted to know is if you already discussed about the split of the responsibilities between the president and the vice president, because it's been something that has always changed between boards, and I think it's important to define it very early.
Do you want to say?
I know we already talked about how we will split to not supervise, but to see with the whole national level. So which person is going to talk with which team and so on. But then for the more day-to-day stuff, I mean, we're in discussion all the time. So we will see how we do it. If at some point we need to really split it. But yeah, I think we will see it more when we're in.
Maybe I can add, for the teams, finance team would probably work more with me. Also education team, because it makes sense. Network care, because it's you, and then the other teams would still have to be defined, but we haven't really had the whole transition process now. So we still need to have with the proper transition with Laura and Jas to have more insights of how we want to split. Yeah.
A quick reaction. I meant also on the points that you mentioned for the governance specifically, like, are you going to split those or make more take care of them together? Like health and well-being, external communication, establishment of new structure, these kind of things.
So for the HR part, if we follow the HR strategy that you will work on, it's actually the vice president that is taking care of the HR of internal part. Do you mean for every part?
See if you already will split that.
because a lot of it is always jointly with a team. So like this newsletter is, and also social media would be jointly with communication team. Funding is always with another team. So there will still be someone else, but it's true that we still need to split to know who will go to that team and who will be in the working group with that team.
Perfect, clear.
Wait, maybe I can get that microphone back. Okay. Yeah, you can go. You're free. I will present the network and development part. So yeah, here you see our wonderful team. Like we said before, we're still missing one national event manager. So if you're interested, contact us. Yeah, we have Zoe, Mary, Elena. Oh yeah, actually I need to also skip. So for the HR part, the good thing is that Mary and me were both in the VP community, meaning that we have a lot of insight also with the transition from VP community to VP and HR community. So Mary will be focused a lot more on like how we can continue this process, what are the steps we can take. Like, for example, it's coming later, but we have some implementation. We are also going to, well, I'm lucky because Easy Day is the project manager, and well, I worked the whole year with Easy Day already, and we will communicate a lot to do more, to do our events more salient with the causes. I mean, yeah, you like in contact with the causes, so to promote more the causes through our events, hopefully national events, but also, and yeah, we'll continue to promote the collaborations such as ESN invitation or intersection events. This is also something we are working on. Yeah, like this is the same than last year. We will use the stability and quality spreadsheet with the section visits, use that information to create new workshop because we finally have a training and development officer. So we can be very focused. Our goal will be basically that you get, I mean, be it to the president or vice president community, you bring to us the needs of your sections, and then I can relay also to the training and development officer, to Elena, but also to the national board, what you need, what we can do for you. So I want to have a very close working relation. Yeah, we will. This is also a bit more, like I said to before, next semester at the beginning, we'll try to do a, not an emergency, but a survey basically to identify your close goal. I mean, your 3-month issues, like stuff you will need help with now, and see how we can help you, because maybe we can even implement it for the first NA or even community weekend, but this we will have to see. Also, a new thing we will do is to be a visual of all local section structure, because I think it's not clear, even to me, it's not clear how every local section functions. So we will use this by adding it to the sharing is caring drive, which I'm coming to my next point. I will do a lot of work to the sharing is caring drive because, I mean, just now by hand, who knows the sharing is caring drive? Yeah, we have we have 6, I mean, okay, international guests, but not everyone knows it. And I think it's a very good tool also for you, the sections, to actually share knowledge between you. So I will try to use it a lot more and to make it maybe more accessible, and also have take input from you of what you would want in it. And yeah, I'm working so that it's something that maybe next NA3, we have 80–90% of the people who are aware of it, and maybe 20% that use it. I'm saying random numbers, but you understand my sentiment. Yeah, also the international wiki, since we also don't have a web project administrator, I don't remember the name, we cannot use the Swiss page because it's a bit outdated. So the idea is to promote the international wiki, because there's a lot of stuff, be it to do trainings, be it to do workshops, be it for your meetings, for your transition, whatever. Basically everything that's happening in ESN all over Europe is on that wiki. And yeah, we are always, I mean, the goal of our team is to support you, the sections. So if you need help for transition, to write maybe transition documents or stuff like that, ask us. It's our job. And we are glad to share with you, because yeah, we will try our best basically with that to help you with your transition process. Now, the fun part, training and development, Elena. No, okay, what we will do is we will do an assessment of the section of what you need. So we can do very focused workshops on your needs. And like I say, everything is linked together in this presentation. And so yeah, then we also have the long-term goal of establishing a pool of trainer, because for now, I think certified educate trainer, there's Elena, Giulio, and Arno. So we already have 3, which is well more than last year. And we are going to work on making it more and more and promoting educate more. This means that also we will work way more. We will actually collaborate a lot with educate, because well, this is more Elena who will do it because she knows more than me. Yeah, we started it a bit today with the new pre-session training for the newbies initiation. I don't know how the newbie initiation or the introduction to ESN went today, but I hope you liked it. I've seen the slides, they were great. And also TSO means training session outline. This is basically a document where if you do a workshop, you will have to fill it out, and it contains everything, basically your workshop in one document. And we will do a national archive. You're looking at me like I'm saying something wrong. No. Yeah, and maybe we can also implement that in the sharing is caring. So if you want to do it on a local level, you can just say, oh, I want to do about this team. And then you're like, oh, we already have free workshop. I can just more or less copy it and add my input. Yes, because Elena loves finance. She will also find ways to support financially the training and development team. I mean, activities, we are also thinking about a topic I will mention later, for which we'll maybe also need finance. And yeah, we are also evaluating if it's possible to have certificates for training, meaning this will be in addition to the normal certificates you also have, because our goal is also to, how do you say that, to make it more, basically to value more what you do, because we have a lot of knowledge, ESN knowledge. Yeah, that it's valued outside of ESN. Okay, for the event management part, we already failed the first point because we don't have all the section present. No, but this is a long-term goal. This is a general goal, because we can do our best, but it's not, yeah. NA3 is also not the easiest for section to come. And yeah, then same here, community weekends, we will also try to at least have all the section present in one. And this may interest you because we are thinking about doing a new national events. I already have some ideas. I don't know exactly if we're gonna call it a national event or under what category it will go, but it will be a summer-long discussion, and if possible, maybe also have a discussion with you. That at some point I will propose you, if it's before the NA, I will propose you I don't know, a meeting online for a few hours where I will explain it and I will take your input about it, and Zoe. And yeah, and our goal is also to promote more the causes and have a bigger focus during the community weekend, which, I mean, we're already trying, but I think we can always do better. Then Izide started it, but Zoe wants to continue it, which is implementing the feedback about the organization supervision of events, because maybe now we are at a point where we lose sometimes some feedback, and we are thinking of ways to make it more structured so that we can find it if we need it. Yes, focusing on team building and HR, since we're promoting a lot of HR, if you didn't understand it. And yeah, also to motivate more people to come to national events, we're trying to find more creative ways to promote it. So maybe instead of this room, next time we have the bigger room. No, I'm joking, but you understand what I mean. And yeah, now I can go for the questions. I will open the speakers list. Okay, Axel.
Axel, ESN EPFL. I have a question concerning the implication of the team in ESN invitation. Because next year I will have less time as NR, and I want to know how much you want to help me and get involved in the project.
Julian, yes, in Switzerland. To be honest, I don't know, because it will depend also how much you need. Maybe we can also have a meeting us, I mean, you and our team, where we can maybe automatize it, make it more automatic. I cannot find my words, sorry. So that we maybe have to skip a lot of, because for now it's still in a work in progress, and you have to send all the time, but maybe we can find ways to make it easier and simpler, and that then also to promote it more, because if the system works, then we don't need to do a lot. Well, the section can put a lot of more events, and yeah, basically it can only go for the best. But I don't think it will be our main focus. It will be one of our focuses, but yeah, I think it's a great work. And also I would encourage everyone, if you have ideas, so like ESN invitation, to contact us, contact anyone, because I know a lot. I mean, I was able to use the ESN invitation twice, and it was a lot of fun. And I think a lot of you should do the best, because the more we use it, the more we can also allocate budget for it. I mean, work in progress, but yeah. Then Axel, second question. Wait, reaction from Arno.
I think also a big part of it would, sorry, Arno, yes, and Switzerland. Sempre beau. Just to answer also, I think a big factor would be to have a second NEM, because now for one NEM, it's a lot of work already. So I think it would be reevaluated as well. If we get a second NEM, that would be way easier to work on this. So that's something that we have to bear in mind.
Axel, ESN EPFL.
Can you repeat?
Axel, ESN EPFL. My second question is about the causes. You said you wanted to implement more. Is it more on a national or also local level? And how do you want to promote the way to, that the section can upload their events on the esnactivities.org?
I think ESN Julian. Julian, ESN Switzerland elect, or ESN Lugano. I think we will do the first step with from. Please silence. We will promote, well, by doing, we do it, and then we can maybe give an example to the section, how easy it is, or like what steps they can do. But at the same time, we will work through the president and VP and HR community to, I mean, always with also the EasyDesk team, so that we can actually have a brainstorming what we can do. Because I think we can, by showing an example, you can be inspired. For the activities, we have to discuss it more internally, because there are some things that maybe we can change, that we can also, so that it goes to the, how do you say, international level. This is a big discussion that we will have to have. But yeah, same thing, if we have, if we can bring that back up and promote it to the sections, well, you can see also then what other sections do. Instead of a poster session, you can just go on the activity page and you see, oh, they do this for this cause, and maybe we can do the same. So yeah, if that answers your question.
Hello, Giuseppe, international guest. I would like to ask, now that you finally have a training and development officer, if you are planning any time to have a national training event, since I noticed that actually you're struggling to find people to fulfill open positions.
Okay. Elena. Yes, Elena. Elena, yes, in Switzerland. I mean, in the action plan, it was not, it was not really mentioned, because I think this is something that comes with time and with having like a pool of trainers before, because I think it's, so it was not, it's in the 3-year strategy, yes, but not in this year action plan. But yeah, that's the goal in general.
And I think we need to do assessment. I think there's a lot of assessment and to understand, because the main problem with having one training event, it's recognition as well. You know, as Educate does it, that is recognized by the Council of Europe. I think we need to see nationally where is the recognition will follow, be.
Does anyone have another question? Okay, then I suggest to close the speakers list, and Oliver, you can come present.
Do I have a clicky thing? Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, that's bigger. So yeah. Welcome to the next presentation. Clicky. Yes. How everyone is probably feeling by now. Morning has been long. We can't wait for it to be over. Next one. So some more interesting stuff will come. Next click, please. So yes, the previous slides have been a teensy bit overloaded with text. So like, yeah. Basically, it looks like they just copy pasted our wonderful document that we wrote sometimes. So maybe we should do a workshop on presentations to improve it. Next clicky. And now the most fun part of everyone is the finance presentation. So since in previous presentations I have done, a lot of people have said that they were not serious enough. And so for this time, I have decided to do a presentation that would make even the CEO of the UBS sweat with worry. So yeah, I'm sure that now the motivation has completely tanked for this. It's there. But no. Gonna be a long presentation. Before I can explain in detail my wonderful action plan, I first have to bring everyone up to speed with some basics in finance so that everyone understands what I'm talking about. I hope that everyone will take notes during this presentation, because there's going to be an exam that you have to pass to be able to get the refunds from the NA. So yeah, how it should look like by the end of this session, your notes. Now you can click. Like that. All right, so now on to the first topic. Econometrics, a quick intro. What is it? Basically lots of math to predict stuff in finance. This is a cheat sheet, and now because I think learning best is by doing like an actual example or something. Clicky. We're going to do a simple little calculation. I'm sure everyone can do this math. It's not that hard. It's just a bunch of integrals and sums. So yeah. Okay, next clicky. Yeah, as if. I have a reputation to uphold, and so from here on out, it's memes and pictures and none of the boring stuff. Yep. So, because no, Jesus, stop. This is exactly why. Yeah. Because everyone knows when the finance presentation comes up, everyone falls asleep, your motivation dies, and yeah. So I'm trying to make it a bit more fun so that it's a bit more survivable. Now you can click, Julie. Thank you. So the first topic is how to ensure the financial stability of ESN, because we don't want to end up broke by the end of my mandate. The first thing is obviously, as usual,
provide support for the OCs for different events like the national, international, intersectional cooperation events, projects and causes, national assemblies, and NEG. So lots of different OCs and budgets and things. The next thing is due to our new lovely partnership manager, get lots of great sponsors and partners for everyone because we desperately need them because we have almost none. The next thing is apply for grants like usual, Movetia, and the other one, Julian. And lastly, start diversifying the income of ESNCH because we are a bit too grant heavy. Now, on to my next slide. How do we do this? How do we diversify the income of ESN Switzerland? So I have a few ideas and proposals for this, some of which are given to us by some quite esteemed members. The first one is an alumni extortion scheme. So basically, we have a lot of ex-ESN members that, because of ESN, got fancy jobs, Dana, and they get high-paying jobs, and I think ESNCH should profit from this. So we're gonna have a tier level, and then obviously Dana has an extra one because Dana is special. And the higher you go up in the tier, the more benefits you get, but also the more money we take from you. That's just how it goes. The next thing, OnlyFans, who wouldn't want to see Julian in a tank top again? I mean, then the other thing is pyramid schemes. The ESN card is an ideal vessel for this. I mean, it basically already is almost one, but yeah. And the last thing is commit some proper insurance fraud because I will tell you later, but we're going to get an insurance plan for ESN Switzerland because, yeah, it's important. So we can just commit some insurance fraud and get some extra money. So click, please. So the next important part is help our beloved local sections. I want to hand out lots and lots of grants, so please apply for whatever you desire. I want to be handing out grants. Worst case, I say no, but please apply. Even if it's a tiny event with 10 people, please apply for the grant. I want to hand them out like Oprah hands out her gifts and just throws them around. Also, for the projects and cause grant, I've heard that some sections wanted to apply for things that weren't event-based and then got denied. And I would like to change that because I think, yes, because I think it's, no stress. Because I think it's important that we support the sections in more than just event-based money. I also, like usual, cover the delegates with 2 main delegates and then a third one that just for the transportation costs. And obviously make more national partners available for local sections that they can profit off, like now Hood Springs. Then next, Julian. Then what concerns the national level expenses and budgets. Something that's very important to me is the team building aspect of togetherness. And there I would like to have a budget specifically for that so that we can make sure that our team is happy together and can do some fun things that are not always ESN work related. Then also, what I forgot to write here is that I want to get an insurance plan for ESN Switzerland. A lot of other NOs like ESN Italy, for example, have this. And it's a very important thing because we do need to cover our asses. Shit does happen and it's nice to have a backup plan. And then another thing is the cards, like get ones that you can actually pay online with, and so that people in the national board can pay for their tickets and things directly without needing to go through refund forms and other extra work that's not necessary. Next. Yes, I'm almost done. So, but no, by the end of the year, I want to not have to go to rough times because we want to be happy and not go broke. Next. All right, so the next thing, the refund system. Yeah, it's not stonks. And this needs to change. Now you can click. So the first thing that I want to do is change our banking from PostFinance to a real bank like the UBS. I'm sorry, but it is. Yeah, then implement things like Stripe or Event Frog and Twint so that we can pay for national events like normal human beings in the modern age, so that we can use our credit cards and not go with a post-finance, like e-banking and things, because it's just pointless. Also for big international events and national events like the NA, I would propose to offer bulk payments so that a section can pay all its members in one payment, so there's less transactions everywhere. It makes me happy, makes the auditor happy, makes everyone happy. Yeah, and lastly, better refund system, like make it automatic and online so that we don't have to send emails around and fill out forms till we die. Click. This is how I want to see it at the end of the year. I want to see that everything goes up. All right, yeah, next. So then the last thing, something that's very important to me, which is also was very important to our last treasurer, is our community. I want to keep organizing 2 community meetings, maybe even do 2 in person and not just 1 in person, because they are very cool, very fun, and it's something that, yeah, we're currently the only team that does it, but I hope that other teams will expand. Arno? Yeah. Then the second thing is monthly calls like we always have, so that everyone is informed, and if there's problems, there's somewhere you can ask and just chat and maybe get to know the other treasurers, because we tend to be a bit yeah, not so active. Yeah, then the next thing, BFCH merch. Everyone loves merch, so why not have more of it? This is the reason why we are in ESN after all, for the merch. Yeah. And then lastly, to improve the whole like ESN, like the BFCH community, is open another position, which will be the community manager. This is something that there is on the international level already. And I think on the national level, it could be useful, because he could then organize things like all the team meetings and do all the fun things, so that the treasurer can concentrate on the actual content and not organizing the hostel and things like that. Next. So yeah, I want to have treasurers be applying to become treasurers like this, and not being forced to or under duress. Yeah, next. So lastly, I want you, in a year, I have to leave ESN, whether I like it or not. So I'm going to need a replacement. So yeah, keep in mind, I need a new treasurer. If someone wants to, you can apply, and otherwise we'll do it the age-old tactic, and that is under duress, like I was, no. So yeah, last slide. If you're interested in reading more about this wonderful action plan, there is a 30-page document that you can go and read through everything. And yeah, that's it. Yeah. Questions? Do I have to change it?
Actually, oh, sorry.
Is it working? Is it working? Yes, yes.
Since Oliver went a bit over time, it should then be part of the first
Okay. I have one fast question and a longer one later. My first fast question, David, ESN Switzerland. Sorry, Esther. I have my question about the categories. You said why Dana as a own category and not Schneb, the other advisory council.
I am just more Team Dana than Team Schneb.
Okay. Yuri ESN Switzerland. Thank you, Oliver, for your presentation. Why bother switching to UBS? What's the perk?
I don't like PostFinance, and I don't trust it.
That's not a valid reason.
And I think UBS is a better bank for like national and international. It also has better perks in terms of card payments and things.
Okay.
And like there are like it's a bigger bank, so they can also offer us better options than, for example, PostFinance.
Okay, thank you.
Arnaud, ESN Switzerland. I have one question about the refund that you were talking about. You said something about role specific.
Yes.
Can you talk a bit more about it,
Ah,
please?
yes, I think I glazed over that one. What I meant with that is that, for example, there is currently, I think, a kind of a rule of thumb that each NB member gets one international trip paid for. And I think for certain positions, this should be maybe upped a bit. For example, the NR, his main job is traveling around, or one of his main jobs. So I think they should get a bit more refunds in terms of travel. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's kind of like the idea. It's just to make it the refunds and budget for each role a bit more specific and not just a general rule of thumb for everyone, so that we can use the money as effectively as possible, basically. Yes, yes.
Yes, in Switzerland. Actually, we do have a line for general assemblies that are the mandatory things that NRs usually go to, and there's a big budget for it. So from that side, I think the money that has been spent a lot more than expected in the past 2 years, where for international non-statutory meetings like EGM, community meetings, etc., with an increasing interest from the national level, but also from the local level. So this is probably what you should be looking more into and how to maybe improve it in the future. I'm all the way. Sorry, it's actually my turn again. Yes, in Switzerland. Actually, I didn't say yes in Switzerland. Sorry. So yeah, yes in Switzerland again. I have a question regarding the insurance plan that you thought about. Would it be for specific events, or would it be something that we take on a yearly basis based on like all the activities of ESN Switzerland? What is your strategy?
Currently, I was at EGM. I went to a presentation and also talked a bit with ESN Italy of how they have it. And it really depends. I think we have to look at how it is possible to do in Switzerland. ESN Italy has one for the whole national level, and then also like local level insurance plans. So you can get it quite complicated, but I think the most important ones are definitely event-based. So that big events like Titanic, if something goes wrong, we don't have to pay for it. And the other thing is just a general protection plan for the national board in case of like lawsuits or other like, yeah, things that can happen in a organization.
Okay, I propose to close the speakers list after Frank. No objection. Okay, speakers list closed.
I also have a question regarding the switching of the banks. First of all, why specifically choose UBS over any other bank? And yeah, first that one.
So basically, I went through the list. Credit Suisse, at the moment, not such a smart idea. Raiffeisen, also not, because it's not available as much, like location-wise, as UBS. And I want to have a bank that when the next national treasurer is living somewhere else, that he also has an easy access to these bank accounts, like physically. So that's why I went for UBS or, for example, Raiffeisen. And over online banks, I just think a physical bank that's like Swiss is just a bit, I don't know, it fits more with ESN Switzerland, I would say.
And the and the possibility of maybe choosing a cantonal bank, because I think with most of them you can use all of the branches, and it's a bit safer compared to UBS.
The cantonal banks, it's a bit of a tricky situation. I don't think it's always necessarily that each cantonal bank is fluid between each other. Like it's, yeah, I prefer to stay away from them.
And follow-up question to, if we would switch to UBS, if there is is there also a possibility you can create a sort of banking package for basically every ESN section, so it's cheaper or something like that to
yeah,
kind of
that's
unify it?
Another reason why I chose UBS. I know that Geneva used to have kind of like a partnership thingy deal with them, where they would offer each exchanges student that signed up for a bank account at UBS, like a bit of a promotion deal. So that was also kind of another reason why I chose to go for UBS.
I want to remember that the Q&A is for the names and that the poll is for the actual questions. And thank you for your present. Elena, you have a reaction?
Elena and Hannah as well.
She wants to go first. Oh, I go first. Okay. Do you?
Hannah, ESN Basel. It's just a comment about the cantonal banks. And even though they exist in all of the cantons, they don't belong to one overall bank. They're like separate banks kind of connected. So I think it would actually, as Oliver said, for the next treasurer be quite a pain. Because personally, I have this problem right now. I'm at a cantonal bank, but in Graubünden, but live in Basel, and it's an absolute nightmare. So I wouldn't recommend.
Okay. Hello, it's me. Elena, ESN Switzerland. I was saying it. In general, I don't mind post-finance myself, but that's, as I said, I'm not going to be the next treasurer. Between all of the banks options, I think also UBS has a lot of students plans, a lot of things that we can like coordinate with them in terms also association with the like people less than 25, and that's one of actually not a lot of other banks do that because also we went through it when also choosing yeah, that's my comment. But I love it.
Okay, Axel, you can come. Thank you for your presentation, Oliver. So I'm noticing I'm the only one not getting applauses. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, we are gonna go back to boring presentations. But yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, I will present the action plan of the international affairs teams that we prepare within us. So you can pass to the next slide. So yeah, first I want to talk about the representation of ESN in Switzerland toward the international level. So the first point I put is that like more toward the international board, but we want to ensure that ESN International is aware about countries outside of European Union and also Erasmus Plus, and we want to be sure that they continue to take care about us. So yeah. And then, yeah, there is the web and NO call. So I want to ensure that we can attend all of them. So if I cannot attend all of them, I will check with maybe Arnaud, Ines, or any other member of the national board. So we don't miss any information coming from the international level. And yeah, for international events, assuring a large and diverse delegation at WEP and EGM from all your session, and also organize the delegation of ESN Switzerland. I will try to do as great as Elena with the spots, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, and then I want, for international events, I want to find a more efficient way to deal with the priority list, because for now it takes a lot of time for the section presidents, and I don't think that it's maybe the way to go and maybe find a more efficient way to deal with it. Also ensure that for the GAs, that our delegation, the Swiss one, will be informed about every topic, and then we will go to the GA. We will actually be able to represent well the opinions of the sections. Next slide. So yeah, I want to increase and have a stronger collaboration with the other NOs. So first point is, I think, to create and foster collaboration, the best way is to know the people. So actually the best way is to attend and promote also the other people of ESN Switzerland to go to other NAs from other NOs, and also to have international guests at our NAs, like we have many of you here this time from Georgia, Italy. It's very nice to have you here. And yeah, also for the international guests, I want to ensure a reasonable timeline for registration, because for now it's always a bit last minute. And for example, if you need to plan for a plane from Georgia, it's maybe a bit more complicated if you need to do it 1 week before the NA. So I want to ensure that the info and the registration is a bit forward ahead of the NA. Yeah, so continuing like to develop and creating cooperation with NOs with a focus on web and neighboring countries. So maybe, for example, Germany. I went to the NA of ESN Germany last week, so I have some inputs about how we can collaborate with them. So it's great. And also, yeah, we always talk a bit about buddy countries. I think we need to kind of define and make a clear definition about what it is and how we use it, because for now it's like it's changing every year, and so just I think we need to put a bit more of clarity in this. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so now the involvement on the section about international topics. So yeah, we want first to be able to share regular updates and promote events and opportunities about open positions or anything, mostly on Slack or by mails with the local representative community. So we'll try to have a good information flow during the year. We want to, yeah, as I said, share at least monthly international updates by mail to be able to inform all the sections, because sometimes we only put the message on the Telegram group chat, the info will never go toward the section, and we think it's a pity. So I think it will be interesting to do kind of like a newsletter quite often. Yeah, as I said, it's still about the same, like promoting international positions and anything committees, so that anyone is aware of their opportunities and how to apply. And yeah, last one, explore the possibility to host an event, international event in Switzerland, maybe by 2025. So this year will be more focused on maybe looking for a section that would be interested to apply and guide them toward the application to host maybe, well, we'll see, maybe a GA, a web, but yeah, around 2024, 2025. So not next year, but maybe the one after. Next slide. Yeah, then we want to reinforce the local representative committee and make it more active. So first, of course, ensure that every section have at least one active member that will be active in the community. So we'll check. For now, I already asked in the group, and many LR are leaving and don't really have a successor. So we'll try to deal with it during the summer. And then after, when everyone will be in, every section will be present, we will try to have a monthly call every month to have regular updates and create like a real community spirit inside our local representative community. And yeah, and the best way to do that is also doing physical meetings. So we'll definitely do at least one during the first semester. We'll see how it goes, and if it goes well, maybe to have a second one in the second semester. And yeah, then last point, to ensure that the local representative knows what they do, because we are often a bit lost at the beginning of our mandate. We want to create a kind of survival guide with guidelines and explanation about national and international level. Next slide. Which is the last one. And then about the GA consultation, I think some stuff can be done to improve it. So the first thing is we want to give the opportunity to the section to actually be able to share more of their opinions. For now, the consultation call is more an informative call, and I want like to give the section maybe a topic so they can present it during the consultation call and be able to share their opinions a bit better, and not only being informed about the topic and just receive the opinions from the national level. With that, it will be easier to represent the section opinion at GAs. So yeah, we'll inform them a bit ahead about everything, and we will help them with it as well. So we will also create some guidelines about how to do GA consultation in their sections, so they can be able to consult their section and not be the only one sharing their opinion. And yeah, and also we want to encourage discussions like within the Telegram group to ensure like that people can discuss the different topics. And I think that's the last slide. Yes. So yeah, time for questions.
ESN Switzerland. Thank you very much for your presentation. A lot of exciting stuff. And hopefully you'll be able to complete many of your tasks. One thing that struck me is you want to introduce like a reasonable timeline for any promotion for international guests. And I think the problem that we've faced so far regarding this is that the announcement of the NA for the Swiss network has been very close usually to the kind of deadlines that we have in the Swiss events policy paper, so 30 days before. And usually we wait until the end of the registration so that we can approve the international guests, because we need to see the number of participants from the Swiss network, the funds that we have for travel expenses, etc. So what do you suggest that like maybe relaxing some of the rules or etc.? Like what are your suggestions towards making this maybe more accessible for international guests?
Yeah. So the first thing I want to say is like we also need to find OCs in advance so we can know the dates of the NA in advance, because if we know it too late, it's harder. But as soon as we know the dates, we can already send an invitation email. Of course, like the final price will not be ready yet, but we can give an approximation of the price. And so if we do like instead of 1 month before, like maybe it will be 2 months or 3 months, depending of the timeline. We'll see like the next one is in October. So if we already end of the summer send an invitation, it can already help. So people can like register on a Google form. And then usually we are always like kind of have the same number of spots, around 6, 7, like 6, 7 for now. So maybe we will need to work on the SCPP to like actually put better guidelines about how the finance stuff is handled for international guests. And when we know this, we'll know how many we can take and accept every time. Of course, it will be a stronger collaboration with the OC to actually know how much spots we have and what do we expect for like if we can take everyone. But once this is done, the goal would be like that before the registration open officially on Galaxy, that we already know like who from as international guests will join and they can register. And after, of course, we can, if we cannot take everyone, we due to financial reasons, we can send like maybe another invitation or something, or just tell them that they can apply. They will not get the financial support, but at least like they can still join if there is some spots left. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's it.
Okay, GDGS Switzerland, thank you for the presentation, Axel. I was wondering if has not been done because there was Yusuf that was not fulfilling his task, or in general of term, like the NR doesn't present in Switzerland what is happening at international level from ESN Switzerland side. What I mean, like in other country, the NR is also in charge of acknowledge the national organization about what is going on, like for instance, people participating in Educate, people running for international position, this kind of things that has to be known, or is something that is just happening in local representative community in which I not belong, so I cannot know if it's shared only there.
Yeah, just to be sure, are you talking about the sharing information part?
Yeah, not the things that are happening, but the things that we do as ESN Switzerland at international level.
And to share them toward an international level, you mean, or
to
not?
share them to us.
Ah, yeah.
Like what we do, like maybe I do something, Arnaud doesn't know, David do something, Maria doesn't know. I don't know, I think it's clear, no? What
Yeah, so if I understand well, your question is to ask, I want to inform the national level about what's going on the international level.
All ESN Switzerland, like to make people aware of what is going on, what we are doing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I cannot write it on the slide, but the goal would be to send like regularly updates, maybe monthly updates by mail to the mailing list, ESN CH representatives. So I think it includes the presidents and local representatives. I can also send this email to the national level, so they are also aware about it. But globally, the goal would be like to kind of update about what is, yeah, everything that is going on and that I'm aware of on the international side, and also share open positions or opportunities.
I will discuss later. Thank you.
Hi, Axel. Mary ESN Bern. Thanks for your presentation. I have a very short question. Granted, if a section doesn't have a local representative, how are you communicating with the section so they still can fulfill the task of the local representative for their section?
Yeah, so usually this case occurred quite often in the last years because some sections are smaller and don't have the human resource to have a position like a local representative. And usually the president is taking the role of local representative and in joining the community. So I guess it will be the same. I will still ask the sections if they prefer to have someone else from the board, like inside. But yeah, I think like the other position that is the closest, that makes the more sense is president. So if there is no one, I will first ask the president of the section if they want to join the community or if they would prefer someone else. But if they do, I will just like consider them as LR for the year and we'll see.
Thank you.
Does anyone have another question? Okay, then because this is closed, I am back for another agenda. We cannot do it. Okay. For the sake of time, I will propose to reduce the time of the Meet Your Family from 30 minutes to 15. The Meet Your Family is basically where you will just meet the people in your family and you will talk and discuss since we did it a bit before, I guess. I mean, I hope you did it a bit before during the annual report. Is anyone objecting to this change of agenda? Okay, the change of agenda is passed. So, so what I will propose now, actually, it was quicker, so I would like if we can meet outside for the picture. By outside, I mean literally here. Tomorrow I can go. No, so please, sorry. And also for the family, actually I have to put the families up, sorry. Because Lucia is not here yet. So I will propose that Yuri, you take over. So please, I would like Oliver, Edith, Maria, Elena, Sara, and Yuri. I said Maria, sorry, Mary. Please go outside. I mean, go outside the room just at one position so your family can join you. And then, I don't know, you can talk out. I would suggest talking outside in the sunny weather. And yeah, we meet again at 1:25. With the flags. Yeah, take your flags for the picture. Take your flags for the picture.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know plastics. Go, go, go. I don't know with me. I saw, yeah, I know. Who writes like this? I dare that, but you see, very, very. Mine were better actually. It's shaky. If you know the section, you know what output and then your page is no. Oh, it's another. Yes. Sam is burn. Ben burn. Yes. This one is burn. Katarina is burn. Maria is I know that. Tara Zurich or ESN Zurich? ESN Switzerland. No, no, no. Maybe. Well, we will probably go. Jamaica is the third. Oh wow! Okay, that's why it's yeah. So right. I put it there. Maybe you would write down all the like names, also names. I can do it. But this pen is not made for what you do. Yeah. No. For the name file. Shit, don't do that. I mean, I have three, but still, but it's for quite some money actually. I have one is expensive. Oh fuck. I should have a pen. Yeah. That works. Janina is faster. So with Janina, Lutheran, Janina Basica. Janina Basica. And then Misha, Alicia, is it now or no? 25. I don't want to. Then is this someone? Journey's journey. Okay, can I suggest to do something? I don't know if it will be how to do. Okay. So that people can know where they are. I'll rearrange everything. No, because it's supposed to be Italian flag. Italian flag. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Picture already taken because it's and at least within each color, try to arrange them by second. If that's okay. Yeah. Okay. It's actually I didn't say that. Okay, nice. Listen. You need notes too? There are some people using those but I actually you want it right on the last one. Yeah, like section. Yeah, maybe first. Okay. We need Sophia for doctors. Because in the end, usually people that I offer on Sunday. Yeah. Some people are like that. Yeah, what's the cool you're seeing? Chris? That's the cool, that's the part established.
Would it make sense? Yeah. Yeah, take it.
The CERN and Zurich.
You want me to take a flag?
Okay.
There's a Zurich flag.
And there's a Lucerne flag.
There's a Zurich flag. No, the Zurich flag is still here. You have one? Okay.
Ah, okay.
Can you? Do you have a Lucerne? Yeah. I guess Lucerne has it. Okay, how about this?
Perché? Perché c'erano quelli che stavano facendo il storia, sono andati, sono così adoro. Ma non è che c'erano fatto finire, lui è andato con la faccia di San Francesco, perché si significa. Vabbè, sotto no.
Il problema è che io non posso caricare la lettera perché la lì ci sono. Io ne ho tre.
Ah, non era molto.
No, questo
I'll probably open it. You're not sure? Or you just go. What the fuck? Why is my monster called this shit? I check. What is the? Okay. So let me just thought about it. Why is it always online? Hmm? Thanks. They didn't back with you. That's what you're going to. They probably did it. Why is everything? Yeah. Quindi io spero che sia solo una cosa fatta. Stavo facendo questo. Tanto io lo farò in casa. Quindi pensavo che no, Did you find a job? Yeah, no. I know. But it, I really appreciate it if you find it because expensive. And the food, people use it. Very interesting. So once you put the blame on someone, no, but we have to have the person. I have two or three so yeah. Can you maybe ask? Yeah, but it's not around. How do you know who voted? Yeah. Yeah. We're here. What are you here? Yeah.
Maybe I can find someone to do my. I mean, I can see it. I get more than supposed to. No, because I told you, no, because I look at many times because I was doing it and because but I can do it. I rather do it than find a second. No. People don't know people. They don't want to. What? What? How can I try to understand? So if it's like this, I'm doing that. Yeah. Actually, then you know, just happening. Where's the ninja? Are you not the ninja? What's that? The ninja. Oh, the picture. Yeah, I think she can do that. Can ask for a question like that. Yeah. And yeah, no, lui era mandato da poco, eravamo te e lui, solo che lui aveva e lui no. E Giulio ha guardato tutto, ha visto tutto. Io ho detto, che sono tutti due figli, non è? E poi mi ha detto che era stato un che non ci ha riconosciuto.
But also,
Qui non c'è nessuno. Sono poi
I think what she means is definition, like legalism, and then it's older, and you can recover.
But let me put walk and I'm gonna read it again. I don't remember. I read it, but like 3 years ago.
So how was the hotel in the question?
It was like hostel or house. But banks, the rule, it was like not like we know we would the bank just printed coins or two you know that. Okay. But it was like the last one. It was still okay. But the last one. So you went to a hotel. So how are the rest of the actually didn't go? You went to the Gala? Yeah. The area there is not mine. Are you sure? No. What? I know because we. No, perché? Non devi parlarci. No, no. Potete però. Fate caso. I always agree. I come on. No, today. I think they have this. Oh, maybe was a beautiful. That is it. Yeah. 25. Do you want to go on the other meeting? It's just that I would like to keep on that. I just want to not everything is so bad. And you can learn explanation and then also numbers then It's because it's like one of the only places that start with a B. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously some others that. Yeah. Have you ever been to them? No. But like, so like, you know, when you have like the alphabet, when you're like if in English it's called military alphabet, like when you say alpha, bravo. Yeah. Yeah, and in Italian you do it as super. And D is always the monosyllable. A to B Ancona, B di Bologna, C di when you have like the alphabet you spell it like over the phone like A di Bologna, C di Roma, e T di Domodossola. I don't know, I've never been. It's just everyone knows about Domodossola, but I think it's and yes, there are online papers. Yes, I don't know you can't oh, I mean, the cool thing is that it's so easy. I've been noticing people there for either pizza or ravioli because you grow and say less. Yeah. But that's really hard to find them. In the summer, outside of the summer, it's not like it's not like when you go to Como when like there's exactly like here. I mean, it's the equivalent of Sweden is concept. Yeah, you don't have to like now I find expectations. But the concept you can have all of expectations. Like but then it would be too custom. Especially the money you can have wow, that's really I don't know how to do that. I don't know. What did you say? Okay. Yeah. Should I give this back to you guys? Yeah, just like now I feel like I'll have like maybe later I can again. Oh yeah, maybe that's fine. I mean, that's what we actually say to each other. Like, Lugano, you say you are the back. Yeah, or, I don't know, in a bar. Well, yeah.
Okay, people, please take seat and bring the people outside inside also, please. Felix.
You know, like, yeah. You, whether not, yeah,
Okay, we will slowly start again. Okay, please take seat. Okay, we will proceed with, of course, we're 5 minutes late, but that's okay. We will proceed with the second part of the action plan, which will consist of the communication manager, the education youth officer, and the project manager. Cecilia, you start.
All right, a bit in digestion mode, so I might be a bit tired. So sorry about that. Okay, so action plan. What are my goals for the next year? So first things first, you always have to start with a plan. So that's why I want to set up a communication strategy that will englobe how ESN Switzerland is going to portray itself on all of our various communication channels internally. So in regards to the sections, but also externally to the international network. So yeah, the strategy has to be clear. It has to have a certain structure, and it will regulate in which direction ESNCH wants to move. And yeah, it's all about how we're, like I said, how we're going to look. So next. Anybody? Thank you. Yeah, so there will be an attribution of clear functions of our communication outlets. So Telegram, Slack, and other types of communication outlets, Instagram. We're going to create a timeline too, so that
we know when things have to be posted, have to be communicated. Of course, this is subject to any changes if needed, and then a task distribution in the national level of said pieces of communication. So if you have been here already a while, this is already what Yuri wanted to implement during his mandate, and I'm just continuing his work because I think can still keep going. My second and most important point is that I want to revamp ESNCH's visual identity, as we haven't really been respecting that these past few years. And we're starting to get the backlash from it, or I'm starting to get the backlash from it. So yeah, it's having a concise visual identity that follows general ESN guidelines, so VIM approved. The VIM will be our Bible when it comes to visual identity, and yeah, and allow us to be much more recognizable, both internally and also externally, while following these guidelines. And of course, once this is decided of how we're going to do that, we're going to update all of the channels, and will look very beautiful. Could I have the next slide? When we say changing a visual identity, this is not only in the case of ESN Switzerland, but this will affect all of the sections. Of course, I'll talk about this more like deeper, but yeah, my goal as communication manager is going to enforce this branding and these guidelines, because since we are trying to have a common identity with our sections, it would be great if we all followed the new guidelines. So I'll make sure to talk with all of your communication managers and figure out a way to have a smooth transition once we've revamped the visual identity. Next. This is something new that I'm very excited about, and I hope it's going to work. I'd like to establish a continuous online presence through video content, because a lot of NOs right now are doing this, and I feel like we're a bit behind compared to them. So yeah, the goal is to first create a TikTok account once I get a video content officer, and also to have regular content, because if we don't have regular content, the content has no use in a way. So we have to be regular in what we create. And through this video content, I hope that we get to promote ESNCH's work and projects. As much as we're proud of what we're doing, our work has to be shown to the public, or else it won't have real impact. So yeah, next. Finally, community is something really important for me, and we've talked a lot about this with Yuri, and there have been some difficulty trying to have an active ComCom, but I hope that I'll manage to at least get to meet all of your communication managers and get to know them, not only as communication manager, but also as individuals, because I think that's really important to create a bond. And yeah, and to explain to them what the national level can bring, because we have communication grants, for example, but not a lot of sections know about this. So yeah, having at least one meeting per semester, and hopefully a second meeting that is in person, as does a BFCH. And yeah, next, thank you. And finally, establishing international connections. Even during my transition months, I've already started to do this, because I mean, it's never too soon to start. I really want to have a connection with ComCom, because I think they as how the section could benefit from the national level, the national level can benefit from the international level greatly. So yeah, having this connection with ComCom, with the other communication managers. I'm actually going to the communication meeting in Vienna in 2 weeks, so very excited about that. And yeah, having regular calls with the international communication manager. And I think I'm done. Thank you.
The speaker list is open.
Yeah. Whenever, wow. Yeah, yes, in Switzerland. Okay. Whenever you're presenting something, this goes to everyone. Please refrain from using like acronyms, because not everybody knows what they are. If you use acronyms, define them before using them.
Giuseppe, international guest, I have a question on behalf of ComCom, which I'm a member of. You said that actually you want to work about the, let's say, Vim implementation. Okay, have you already thought of how to, let's say, prevent the intervention of the ComCom, since ESN Switzerland is one of the countries that I screen, and there's some work to be done.
Yeah, so I've talked with Mishka, and I know that a lot of things are not right in our visual identity. This is why this is one of the things I'll be concentrated the most on during my mandate. So yeah, starting with the basic things, so logos. I mean, I think you've seen our flags, they're not Vim approved. So yeah, it would start with the logos, then go with the flags, and then from there, start monitoring every section, and then explain to them how they can change their visual identity without it being extremely drastic, because I don't think a drastic change is a good thing. I think we have to do it smoothly. So yeah, and same thing for ESN Switzerland. Even now, I'm starting already to kind of shift to ESN colors, for example, which I think, yeah, is something that which is not something super hard to do, but still will show that we're trying to make an effort towards a more Vim approved, visual identity manual approved, yeah, appearance to other NOs.
Dana, Advisory Council. Thanks for your presentation. One question I would have would be around one platform that we are quite weak on, which is our website. That is still a bit outdated at the moment. I think the last event published the news was 2020, so before COVID. Is this something as a priority for your mandate that you would like to work on yourself, or by finding a webmaster maybe?
As I said during my presentation, my candidacy, I have no experience whatsoever in web design. That's why it was very important to me to open up the web project administration in board support. But if I find somebody, this will be something that I'll be very active on. If I don't, unfortunately, I cannot learn a skill in like 2 months, for example. So yeah, it will really depend if I manage to find somebody to help me in this.
Quick reaction. Do you have any strategy for finding a webmaster, or do you towards the section also, because it's also in the interest of everyone.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
actually kind of doing it like in the backstage. I've been talking to a lot of people and seeing their interest. But yeah, if anybody has any web design or experience, or even just very interested in learning, please contact me. The open call will be soon. But yeah, it would be great to finally have an updated website. Does
Yes.
anybody else have questions?
Yes, me.
Does anyone have another question, or can we close the speakers list? Speakers list is closed after yes.
Yes, in Switzerland. So you talked a lot about like supporting the sections and, for example, transitioning their visual identity, that kind of stuff. But concretely, how do you intend on doing that? Do you intend on creating trainings, like online workshops, that kind of stuff? Or would it be really like each section individually targeted, or what's kind of your strategy, not only for the visual identity, but in general, like communication wise, how do you intend to interact with the sections on the support side?
I'd like to kind of inspire myself from the section manager role, where there's this questionnaire where people can say what's not right in their section, what they need and all of that, but focus on communication. So taking the time to look at every section and kind of have my own checklist of what I think should be improved in that section, and then talking to these communication managers. But if this is not possible, because I mean, it's 14 different people, are they going to be active? Maybe not. If I realize that this is not going to be possible, to kind of pinpoint the problems that are in most sections, and then have a type of workshop during our community meetings to give the general information of, if you're having this issue, this is maybe how you can make sure it improves.
That's great. I just wanted to pinpoint just the fact that you can always tailor the stability and quality spreadsheet to the needs also of the national level. So if you feel like communication is an important point to work on for next year, you can have an emphasis on that in the spreadsheet. And so you're not the only one doing the rounds with the sections, but also the section managers, so you have even more data to work on.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Cecilia.
You're welcome.
Two quick announcements. First one is not funny. If you do this, you're disrespecting the people who are presenting, so please stop. I know who it is. Use the meme channel, it's there for that. I know everyone needs to laugh, but do it in appropriate channels. Also because this is live streamed to the ESN network. So to all the other NOs can actually see what is written here. So please stop. And second one, it's getting very hot. Remember to drink water, and if you feel any kind of sickness or like not good, get out, contact someone from the OC. Just don't fall. Please don't need me or anyone to have a medical emergency. It would be nice. Thank you. Now, David, it's yours. If I am correct, yeah.
Perfect. I did not finish my coffee. Yes. So David, again, I'm going to present for education and youth. I'm with Arnaud in the team, so next president, and also Julia, who is not in the room. So liaison officer for institutional domain. You can pass. Yes. I'll be honest with you, I don't remember the slides because it's been 3-4 days I've finished them, so yes. First point, it's coming soon, and I told you already this morning, ESN survey, that's something that we have to push for it, and we discuss a lot. One thing that we'll mention that afterwards we'll get the Swiss data and I want to analyze them. We want to analyze them to have better assess of the needs. Also, this is something that I wanted to explore this year, but due to lack of time, due to thesis and work, I didn't have the time. Sometimes working groups will be created on specific topic to help, to get also you involved in education if you want, if you feel you are interested. This is something that we can explore more. Shape has still to be defined, but also it's to allow more implications. Julia, next. If not, I'm coming. Yes, after there is a topic concerning half of the ESN sections. It's about university alliances. 8, if I'm not wrong, 7 or 8 higher education institutions, so HEE, joint university European alliances. So it's kind of the next step of mobility. You can start studying in one place, go to another one for the second year, and the third one for the third year. And you have a common diploma. You not have a diploma from your own university, but from the alliance. So that's something that ESN can have a key role of representing, because we are the ones having the most contact with students moving abroad, moving in exchange, in mobility. Also, one other stuff, which will be organizing workshops throughout the NAs and sometimes outside, and keep you updates of our projects. Julia, next. Again, yes. This is something that we have to check also, human resources based. We want to make a communication channel because education is by far the most unknown topic in the network. So we want to make it affordable for everyone and that you know what we are doing. Also, if you need, we can create, if I find a communication and press manager, communication material to help you to make sure when you write something, it's sure proofread and you can go further in the education topic. And yes, we still need to see if we can have a physical meeting with all the people involved in education. Often presidents can be other people interesting, vice president, LRs, just interested people, education officer, if you decide to create one position. Next. Yes, this has been done the last few years. It's increasing. It's putting ESN Switzerland as a key actor in mobility, in the sphere of education, all education. We have contact with the SOLIC, which is the International Commission of the Student Union. There is a new commission of International Commission for the Swiss National Youth Forum. We are part of it and want to improve our presence there, and also towards the association too. Also, Swiss Course has something that we can do and we have not bring up this much, is ask them for support, proofreading. We have done it a bit, asking for ideas to give them advices, but we want to improve. Swiss Core, yeah, liaison office for education, innovation and research in Brussels between Switzerland and the Swiss mission to the European Union. And also Swiss universities we want to set them as a key actor for us to improve our relationship with the International Relations Office, with the IROs, and to participate to the meetings and events, all related to mobility. Next. I'm going to do fast because I see the time. So, yes. Okay, there is the newsletter. We want to create a newsletter, not only for you to know what we do, but also for external relationships. Because often what we discuss with our IROs, with our friends outside, it's that ESN, it's only party and traveling. And we know it's wrong. It's about discussion, communication, representation. You see all the topics that we are going to do later as workshops within fighting against discrimination and against all those kind of stuff. It's very strong. And if we point out those in front, people are going to take us more seriously. And having a newsletter to the stakeholders is a step towards it. Also, there is a project, Mobility in Schools. I love it. It's basically ESNers going to a school, explaining what the main points of going to mobility and the advantages, their experiences. And it can be also with exchange students. The problem is that for now, it's just an idea, and I want to make it concrete, and that's why a working group launching it to see how it's possible, how it's feasible, because we have realities in the field. We are in country with officially 4 national languages, education in the 4 of them, and this leads a bit complexity. Also, that's something we will try, of course, if we have human resources, to organize a conference with main actors in education topics. We wanted to do this year, sadly, due to lack of, I would say, a bit preparation in advance, communication, of course, in advance. We had to cancel it, and that's a project that I don't like to see it unfinished. Even though we transformed it, I want to make it concrete to do it. Julian, next. Yes, this next one is about Movesia. We love them, our national agency. We want to make roadmap of project where we can improve the relationship with them, how we can, what they expect from us too. That's something important. With the sections, their projects are going to involve you, of course, and I want you to get involved because you are the key points, the people in contact. And mostly because I'm around there always, I will not be anymore a student, hopefully from July. So I will lose that point of contact somehow. And I don't want to lose him. And you are the key points there. Also, this roadmap, it's something that we have to create it, and then we have to assess it throughout time. Next. Then we have the mobility days happening in 3 universities next semester. So it's 3 days where Movesia with IROS, with us, with you, ESN section, we are going to present ESN. They are happening 1 in each language region. Of course, I'm late. Yes. And that's talks we need to have how we can better organize, help them organizing. I know there is one in Ticino, here in Uzi and Supsi, one in Zurich that I need to talk because I have no time and that's it, and one in Fribourg, in all different kinds of universities also. They try to reach it and it's very good. And yes, that's something we do already well and we can go on with doing it, is participated to events and working groups. Julian, next. No, we skipped 2 actually, no? Yeah, back, if you go back 1. Okay, no, skip. Yes, this is our campaign. I talked a lot and we are entering the 2nd phase of the process. And this is the Swiss phase. And with our partner institutions, so VSS UNES, XAJ and Intermundo, XAJ, with Intermundo, we will have those campaigns going on and we have to improve it. And getting contact in Swiss phase. We have the parliamentary motions from the SAIF XAJ that we will support, share in our social media. Hopefully, if I don't forget to tag Cecilia to do it. And what else? Support, yes. Communication needs, again, we need more people involved. And I believe you are the ones who have the talents to help us. To help in this campaign and also for the network. Yes, of course, this passed by raising awareness why Erasmus Plus are taking a huge advantage, a huge advance in comparison to the SEMP, the Swiss European Mobility Program. Even though it's not anymore European, we have to make sure these differences are known by everyone and they're increasing also. we have, yes, we have the consultative process. As you might have seen last week, they told that it was released in the media. The increase of budget in the next year is going to be only 2% per year. For the 25-28, we have to raise awareness now in order to get increase of budget on that point. We will have the help of every other people involved in education, not only youth, not only students, but also universities, because they are going to suffer a lot. And again, there is the project and the education community meetings. We want to improve collaboration between all the stakeholders we have. Yes. And yeah, that was the end. Yes. So yes, now it's question time. If you have not, I drink my coffee. If you have, please write your name. I see yes typing.
No.
Yeah, I was first. Giuseppe, international guest. I would like to ask you about the Mobility in Schools project. If you also plan to move beyond the education institution. For example, in my section, despite being a small section, we do also on a regular basis the Erasmus in Schools, also with the kindergartens and high, like third age university and other hobby associations and so on.
I think there is something to make clear. There is the mobility days made by Movesia for higher education institutions. And then there is the project we want to launch, which is Mobility in Schools. And this one is a project, if I read them, because I lack of time, sadly, it's about people having been in mobility, going to schools, can be primary school, can be kindergarten, because I know you understand German for this word, and also higher level educations to promote mobility. This is a project, how it goes, and I want to see how the other countries do, and also to see how we can implement it to our country.
Gotcha. Yeah. Just a quick reaction on that. Yes, I haven't started. Yes, in Switzerland. Just for your information, so for a bit of context on this, last year, Movesia, so the National Agency for Mobility and Exchanges in Switzerland, said that they would support us in putting in place this project. And basically, we would not be the only ones working on it, but it would really be driven by the kind of exchange landscape of Switzerland. So yeah, in the end, I think we would not be the only ones deciding on this.
Mary, ESN Bern. Short, I try to keep it short. Our section is entering a new alliance about universities, and our IROs asked us to meet to concretize our role in it. Since we don't know much about it, are you in this case also a person to approach? And if so, how?
I'm not the only one, so yes. Julio also is a person that you can approach. Arnaud has still to get along with this topic for now. How? First, drop a message, and then we, Elena says she knows the topic. Yes. Yes. So contact us. We find someone who has time between the people who know, first of all, and about the topic and how we can provide you help. First of all, it's explaining you how, what are the goals of alliances. First is there, which are the advantages that ESN sections can benefit, what you as volunteers can benefit, but also how students can benefit. And explaining that, it would be a first step towards gathering a second one. And then it's also assessing the needs of a particular alliance all alliances are different. They gather different type of universities, different type of project of field works together. Some are more science-based, other are more, how do you say, hard, I don't like that. Yeah, literature science, other more biological science based. So there is also this difference that we need to assess internal alliance, if I understood correctly, but I still have to get a bit more so to see. As there is a lot we have, and every university here is in a different alliance. So.
Yes. Yes, in Switzerland. So I have two questions. You already started touching upon my second one, so I'll start with this one. Did you already talk about the distribution of tasks within the education team?
I discussed a bit, not a lot, because for now we still consider the team is incomplete. We want really at least 1 or 2 more members helping us, and also to helping us really, and to have that human power. We talked a bit how we can distribute the task, but this goes often also with bigger contacts within sections, because we are the only team that is not in a direct contact with sections, I believe. And I feel I need a bit more information about how it's going. I should have done my homework and go to see the amazing work of Arnaud for the section visit. Again, lack of time, lack of human resources, actually. It's complicated to assess, and every university has a different need. And thus every section, as you are not only responsible for one university, you have different needs. Oh yeah, you have put twice your name.
Yeah. So my second question kind of is a follow-up. Let's say that we're in an extreme case where you can't find any new members for your team. Okay, so you're 3. What are your priorities in this case? Because you've shown a lot of like initiatives that you want to put in place. It's a lot of great points, but I think also for your sake, for your mental health and the mental health of your team, you'll also need to prioritize some tasks. Which ones would you prioritize?
I would choose 2 of them. Often the projects, no, I believe we have to go for 3 of them. One of them is the campaign we are having, because this one is a key topic, and as we say, we're in between, and it's really important to go to it. This one I will not give up. Secondly is representations towards our stakeholders. Don't forget, I will not forget, because I love talking to them, and they bring new ideas, they bring new propositions, and I'm thinking more Moves, but try to increase our relation to the IROs, because they are the ones providing support to the sections, and increasing also, raising the awareness of the different realities of sections, and to break a bit the idea they might have of ESN is only party and travel. Last one, I would say, then in the order, I would increase support to sections, increase relationships with you, because I feel we missed the last years, and that's something that we need to see how we go, how we do. But as I said, without you, we cannot do anything. So we need you to at least your contact, your discussions to go forward. Dana.
Thanks. Dana, Ed Advisory Council. I'm referring to one of the points that you mentioned, which is the conference that we've been trying to do for 4 years now. And it's been unsuccessful for 4 years, and maybe there are some lessons to be drawn there. And what I wanted to ask you is, now it's again one of the points you mentioned you want to be doing. What would you do now this year different to make sure that it comes into a reality and that it doesn't end up on the next action plan?
I have to answer to it. I believe we can hold a conference every year once we do the first one. once we do the first one. To achieve the first one, this is going to make sure we plan very long in advance and that we keep every week or every 2 weeks, keep 1-2 hours working on it. Communication material, starting communication 2-3 months in advance. That's something that we have to find, and we need people soon enough, named soon enough. I'm saying 2 months in advance because this is also time that if we fix that date, we can still reduce to 1.5 months and still have the margin of having a great communication strategy. If we reduce too much, we are going to lose it. And I really want to have something soon enough work in advance. And the sooner, the better, the less stress for us. So taking care of our healthcare. Also trying to find the date where there is no free stuff or Yes, as a reaction.
Yes, in Switzerland. Also to jump on this, one thing to take into account is that this year we wanted to do a conference with other organizations, etc. So I think the lessons to be drawn here are, if you want to involve other organizations, all the organizations need to be involved in the organization of the conference, not just a subset, because in terms of communication is just much easier, and to involve more people, like for example for the communication side, etc. I think for the conference for this NA, there were people from different teams in ESN involved, and that was much more successful in terms of division of tasks, etc. Rather than when we were trying to do the conference for the campaign. It was much harder because we were really just the education team doing that.
Does someone still have a question? Then I close the speakers list. Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Iside, you're next, you're the boss, and drink water, don't forget.
Yeah, speaking about that, since we are in advance, the partnership presentation will be done online, hosted by Elena, but this means that the partners and bodies will only arrive at 3:20 on Zoom, meaning now you have more or less 10 minutes to be a bit free, to fill your water bottle. I don't know, do you know if in the coffee break room there's something they can take? Okay, the coffee break room is open. Take coffee, tea, whatever. You have an announcement? Oh, okay, I'm an idiot. Sorry. Actually, I forgot this part. So I don't think we will be easy. You have 10 minutes. I'm sorry. The sun is hitting me a bit too hard.
I invite my team to come. Daniel, Elettra, and Yuri. Okay. So, okay, I will be really fast. Okay. Hello, guys. So this is the project and cost team. I'm the new project manager, and there is Elettra, social inclusion officer, skill and employability officer Yuri, and Daniel, health and well-being officer. I will present quickly our action plan, and then for specific question you can ask to them in particular for their mandate. And yeah, we can start with the first slide. Okay, so as you probably know, we have 6 causes in ESN, and we try to implement them through activities at a local, national, and international level. What we would like to do in our team in general, we would like, of course, to support the sections in their activities. This means not just for new projects, but also the former, old project in which they need to be improved. Then we have also, we would like also to find a unique tool in which we can evaluate how those projects are are going on the 6 causes. Then we have, we would like to share the best practice at the different point of ESN. This means that we will also like to create a folder in network and care folder, in the network and care part, in which we can group all these best practice, also from international level, for example. And then also have a proactive approach to promote the COSEN project. This means also for social impact days, and we are set a goal to have at least 1 workshop per national event. The next slide, I will quickly, what happened? No, this, not, but this one. Okay. Okay, this is the part of Daniel that will answer all your questions next, but I will just give you an overview. Of course, the first part is mental health campaign is really important for us, and we would like to put in action some measure, also to provide some materials and so on. Implement also to boost the ESN safe, for example, responsible use of alcohol in the events, health literacy, also like, yeah, raise our awareness. Sorry, I don't know how to say in English on different health and well-being topic. Also carrying out workshops, and of course National Erasmus Games, because as you may know, we would like also to boost the importance on the health and well-being part on this event. In the next part, slide. So this is the part of Yuri. Feel free to ask to him any question later. First of all, he would like to carry out at least 2 workshops for any national event, provide a reference letter, and consult at least one of ESN alumni, also because our former ESNers that are already in the work world, so they can also bring their experience. The next slide, going fast. So this is the part of Elettra. This is the social inclusion. She would like to create a guidelines to see how to organize a social inclusion event. She would like also to focus on the social impact days and raise awareness among the sections, and also conduct an internal survey to see how inclusive are national and local level events. So this is just summarized, but you can now ask questions directly to them how they want to do in their mandate. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, and Switzerland, thank you very much for your presentation. Really looking forward to the work of your team. I have a question that's coming up every year, but in ESN Switzerland, we've been known as being one of the few countries that never registered our activities on the website activities.esn.org. And we started to see kind of the consequences of it. A lot of different, let's say, important documents, important guidelines issued by the international level are mentioning other countries that have their activities registered and not us, even though we do stuff that are maybe on par or even better, let's say, than other countries in some aspects. So it really reduces the visibility of ESN Switzerland, not only in that, but in other places as well. Do you have any intentions of like boosting this, and how?
Thank you for your question. Yes, of course. Yeah, it was actually a question on our application for project manager. Yes, it's not really easy in one side to say to section to register their activities because there are a lot of things to do. Of course, we will try also to boost this registration because each section can improve the visibility also in the international community. I will try to, to share to the section and try to promote this periodically. I'm also down to help the section if they want to do, maybe you in some community like president or event manager community, we can also share that periodically that we can help them to register these activities. But yes, for now it is more we can support, but let's see how it goes. Yeah, for me. I don't know if you want something.
Hannah, ESN Basel. So you mentioned the guide that you want to make guidelines for the causes that we can sort of check with the events, I assume. And I don't know if it's just me, but I think there's in general a lot of guidelines in ESN which are really helpful. But also this morning I learned there's a sustainability guideline. Maybe like we can, for events, instead of having one for sustainability, one for causes, one for whatever, because they're all related to events and should help us to improve our events. Maybe make one guideline out of it. It's just like a suggestion or an idea, because that way we don't have to go through like 3 or 4 different guidelines, but have one guideline where we could look at things. And as great as they are as input, especially for smaller sections like ours, I think it needs to be something that's really feasible and not puts more work for the members who are then organizing events. So just to keep that in mind as well, that is really, it should be practical. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my bad.
And thank you for your presentation.
Okay. Hello, buddies, are you there?
Yep.
Yep.
You hear me?
Yeah. We see you as well.
Hello.
Okay. So yeah, now as I also said in the annual report when we were doing the rotations, we will have the presentation about our national partners and like what's been happening. So like the developing partnerships or all the finalized ones. And then also Badis is gonna present one of our partners that is gonna have a talk just after him. So yeah, so you can go ahead. You can share.
I can share my screen, right?
Yeah, your screen right.
Host disabled participant screen sharing. I don't know.
Multiple. No, multiple. Okay. Oh.
All good.
Try now.
Yep, it's good.
Yeah. Okay. You can go.
Okay. Oh. Cool. So first off, I want to say I'm really sad not to be there with you at DNA, because Lugano is one of my favorite cities in Switzerland, but I hope you're all having a great time. And yeah, for those of you who were at the BFCH community meeting, this will basically be the same presentation. Not much has happened since. But yeah, we're going to be talking about the partners that have been officialized this year, or the current partners we have in ESN Switzerland. As always, we have Responsible Party. For those of you that don't know it, it's a project by Pernod Ricard that aims to raise awareness about drinking water and being safe when partying. And yeah, it was present at a lot of the events around Switzerland this year, most recently in Titanic. So if you were there, you've probably seen a lot of Responsible Party around. Second partnership that we
Well,
have
one second,
officialized this.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear him well?
Yeah.
Yeah, because no, our sound is not that good. So if you can speak loud, it will be appreciated.
Okay, I can try to
Yeah,
speak
it's
louder.
our problem. Sorry.
Yeah. Is this loud okay, or should I scream? Okay, good. So the second partnership we have established this year was the Libara partnership. Basically, the partnership makes ESN Switzerland and its sections official resellers of Libara SIM cards and plans. We have done a small trial in the Lausanne Welcome Week last semester, or the start of this semester. It didn't go as well because we didn't organize it very well, but I think for other sections, it would be a great idea to try to implement this into your next welcome weeks in September. Because the thing is, basically, we have free SIM cards. We can sell them for however much we want, and we can sell the plans and get commissions on them. So sections can make up to 100 francs per plan they sell to a student or an Erasmus student. So this is a great money-making opportunity for sections. So if anyone wants to, any section wants to get in contact with Lebara, you can write to me or Esther, and we can let you know how it works. The last one is Hoodspring. Most of you probably know about Hoodspring, and AJ is going to be on here in a bit to present. But yeah, we finally have an official contract to make Hoodspring the official clothing provider for ESN Switzerland. And yeah, I don't know if we should present it here. We're going to present after, but yeah, the contract is finalized. He has signed it from his side. We need to sign it probably. Yeah, we'll get it signed today or tomorrow probably. Yeah, opportunities for Esther, because I'm out of here. We have a lot of things that we have worked on that didn't come to fruition yet, or that we could potentially work on improving. Yes-Trips is a tour agency that a lot of sections outside of Switzerland basically rely on, such as ESN the Netherlands. Some sections basically live off of Yes-Trips organization. So yeah, the idea was to organize one trip with them this year. We failed to do so. But for next year, it would be nice to do something maybe in Oktoberfest. It would be nice to make the partnership a bit stronger and also make some money off of commissions. This is a hospital. We're in contact with Swisscare mainly, but we can try with other insurance providers. The idea mainly is to have a partnership with insurance providers in Switzerland, since it's something that any student that comes to Switzerland will have to get. And if we have a national partner, it would make it easier for the student arriving. They would have the information, and hopefully we'll get some good prices for them. This is just a small thing. So we got a Obada from ESN Winterthur, I think. He sent me the contact for someone from Zypho. We're gonna look into making a partnership, but I think it would be nice to have it for a big event for both us and them. So maybe it will be either for the National Erasmus Games or one of the bigger welcome weeks like Lausanne. Something that still needs to be done. I've tried doing it with ChatGPT a little bit. Not that great. Maybe we should. The best idea would be to get it done through the sections, but the national the sponsorship booklet needs to be translated into German, Italian, and French. For now, it's only in English. So this has been a point of failure. We should get it done as soon as possible, I think, either through the sections or just hire someone to do it. A couple of reminders for the sections. These are very important things within the community and to have a better idea on which partnerships we have and how to get partnerships. We have a section booklet. It's basically a template that we have on Canva, which you can customize and put in your information and everything about your section. And it's the best way to approach partners who have no idea who you are. If you're gonna write the first email, you look a lot more professional and you have a better chance of getting a favorable reply if you include a well-made partnership booklet. So yeah, it's on Canva. If you need one or your section doesn't have one, you can write to either me or Esther in a bit. And yeah, you can get the section partnership booklet and customize it and use it for your partnerships. This is extremely important for partnership managers. Basically, starting from this year, we made a mapping sheet where you can just go on the Google Sheet and see all the partners that ESN Switzerland has and all the partners that we can look at it actually. So yeah, basically you can see what partners each section have and what partners you're pursuing, and the national ones too. Not all sections fill them, sadly, but if you can all push your partnership managers to do that, it would be great. This is a good thing to have because it allows us to have visibility on all partners within the country, and this allows us either to better utilize these partnerships or to make more partnerships or turn local partnerships into national ones, which would be a great thing. If you have any partners suggestions, you can write to Esther. Just don't ask for SBB because they've never wanted to do that because they're public, and IKEA because they don't want to talk to me. And I think that's about it. If there's any questions.
I hope you can hear.
Yeah, I can hear it.
You have a partner that is coming or not?
Yeah, I'll need to write to him. Maybe I'll call him because it's been I'll forward him the link. He should be here in a bit. I don't know if you have some specific questions for me before he gets on, or if we want to do the questions all at the end with him there, or want to do separate questions for him. I think that would be the best way to do it.
Okay, then Banis, since you're not here, we'll just quickly show you by switching the camera, but you Slido now. But I mean, for you, it will be the same. So speakers list is open. Okay, Hannah.
Hannah ESN Basel. So about this partnership with Hood Springs, how can the local sections access this? Because we are in urgent need to buy more hoodies and t-shirts for members. Like, how do we get in contact with them? How does that work?
Okay, yeah. So AJ will be here in a couple of minutes to present, but basically you can just write to him on Telegram. He'll put on his all his contact info. I will put the contact info for him on the partners mapping sheet if you want to use that, because it's very important. But yeah, basically you can just write to him on Telegram. Usually it's about 4 weeks in advance to order things. The prices are good, you get included delivery. If you don't have a design ready, the good thing is they have a design team and they can offer to work with you and make a design for whatever type of merch you have. So yeah, that's about it. But the contact method usually is through Telegram, just writing to him directly.
Is someone thinking about a question?
Yeah, I just wrote to AJ. He's here in maybe 1 or 2 minutes. So
okay, so
there's no questions. We can just wait for him. You can talk amongst yourselves.
We can ask you, how are you, Badis?
I'm very good. I actually didn't come to the weekend because I was supposed to work throughout the whole weekend, and then my boss called me this morning and told me I don't need to come to work. So
You can still come, you know.
Yeah, 5 hours of train, maybe not, but
easy.
yeah, Lugano was like my favorite city in Switzerland, so I'm really sad not to be able to come.
Yeah, Elena, ESN Switzerland. No, I just want to add something. No, because also, yeah, also be of ES trips. Last weekend, we went to the NA in the Netherlands, and both for ES trips, I mean, which it works quite well. They also had, they discuss about how, like, they assess how is working with the section or with the national level, but also Swiss Care. It was extremely funny because they have a partnership with Swiss Care. And we don't.
What?
Don't ask me, but I was like, oh my God. So that's actually something extremely feasible that we might, we should have also tackled before. Because, yeah. But is he coming?
Yeah, just say he's coming back. Maybe a couple more minutes. Yeah, because I never, with the time I told him he will join at 3:35. I took yeah, I thought there would be more delays, but for once NNA is going on schedule. So yeah, the latest he'll be, I think, is 3:35.
In the mean, Julian, ESN Lugano. In the meanwhile, I can add that also they discussed VS trips because there were some issues with VS trips. So that sometimes they were not very professional, that sometimes they did kind of, like for the King's boat, suddenly they had a second boat. So all the responsibility party, all this, they could not organize for the second boat. So it's good, but it has a lot of limitations, and they were also discussing what they want to do about it. I'm still speaking about yes and the Netherlands, sorry. And so I think he's here. I think just to close quickly, if we think about this, we should set up a lot of guidelines. And I see that Ajay is coming. AJ. Okay, I'm finished. Hello, AJ, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ah, perfect. And welcome from, I guess, yes, and Lugano and all the other section from the NA.
Hello, can you, it's Elena.
Hi, Elena.
Hello, hello. So, do you share your screen, maybe?
Yeah, it would be great if you can share your screen and just do your presentation. And then you can take, I think a lot of sections are interested and we'll have some questions for you at the end. So yeah, so you can just do your presentations, your presentation, and then take some questions, I guess.
Yeah, got it. As I'm outside, I couldn't turn on my camera. I think that's no problem, but I'm gonna share my screen right now. So hi guys, we've been a clothing partner for ESN Switzerland for the past few months, and we've been working with several local sections. And Hoodspring is a customized clothing company for many sections in the ESN. And Hoodspring hoodies are the perfect memento of your time at your Erasmus year abroad, and it's crafted to make beautiful memories. Our proposal is to manufacture personalized hoodies for all international students in the city, collaborating with ESN. And with years of experience in the garment industry, we are confident we can make great memories for Erasmus life. And sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ajay, and I've been a part of ESN in 2019 in Bern, Switzerland. So I've been an Erasmus student myself. So I understand the vibe of ESN, and I'm pretty much a part of it. And we have generations of professional garment making experience. From fiber to finished garment, we offer our customers a one-stop solution for all their apparel needs. So it's high quality clothing. We implement a 4-stage quality control procedure to ensure each item of clothing we produce meets the high standards of our customers. And one way which we are very different from other suppliers is that our work is highly sustainable. We're compliant with all major global standards. And here is a basic report of our sustainability. 100% of the power consumed by our factories is produced by renewable energy. We have our own wind turbines. Our ETP plants help control and recycle wastewater. The recycled water is then used by our factories for various requirements. And we save water by many ways. Our factories are certified by the Green Building Council of India, recognizing our continued efforts towards sustainability. We use OXO biodegradable bags instead of plastic bags. We use water-based inks for printing and any decoration we use on your hoodies and t-shirts. And if you request, we use organic cotton for your clothing. So to give you an idea, we have an own design team where we designed this for ESN Geneva first. Like there are several elements here, like the Swiss flag, the committee of the ESNers, your section, designed for your city, your personal name. So there are many ways where you can customize your products. So the first section we worked with was ESN Bern, as I was a part of it. And we also made some hoodies for the ski weekend for ESN Lausanne. And yeah. There are a wide range of customization options, and it remains in your control. So this is an option. So all we need to start is your logos. And since we have a lot of experience working with ESN sections, we already have your ESN logos, and we can also create silhouettes for your section or some codes or whatever you want. So what we do is we have a talented design team, and the design head is actually from Paris. He is a graphic designer in a fashion school, and he works for us part-time. So you can be rest assured that your designs are of high quality, and we give you a lot of options from which you can choose from, and you can take some time to decide with your team or committee, and let us know the final design. So after we have your final design, what we do is that either we get your order either through bulk payment, or we open an online store for you. Here are a few behind the scenes. And like I mentioned, our bags are OXO biodegradable, which mainly means that it is biodegradable just by sunlight and bacteria. So it's like a new technology in the market which we're using. Here is our collection. We have unisex t-shirts polo t-shirts, hoodies, zipper hoodies, crew neck sweatshirts. Yeah. And how to order is that you just contact us with your requirement. We then send you a quote and some designs as per your ideas. Like I said, yeah, our in-house design team will make a detailed presentation, and our design team works with you vigorously to find the best design for your team. Yeah, you can collect the order details manually from your team and order in bulk, or ask us to set you up with your own online store. Yeah, so, and then you can relax while we make and deliver. All you have to do is just distribute it when you get the products. Yeah, to go deep inside the methods, if you want to open an online store, what we do is we have a set period of time where we take individual orders through our online system via credit and debit cards. No need to collect all the details yourself, and no need to deal with cash and checks. As I understand, ESN, and there are a lot of volunteers, and I understand that you don't have the time to, you know, do all these work. So the website does the work. You just have to send this website link to the Erasmus students. So it's easy to share on social media. You can avoid cash and checks. You can keep things simple. It works best for larger orders. And let's say you have like a requirement of 4 or 5 colors, different sizes, men and women, you know. So I would say this is a better option if you have a larger requirement. And if you have, you can also order in bulk. You can collect your order and payments manually and submit to us. We then raise an invoice for the total cost. This is usually done for smaller orders. And if you prefer cash payments and you want to make face-to-face sales. And this is the pricing for now, which we have decided for ESN Switzerland for this year. And with Bardis, right now, we have made a contract for an official national partnership. So yeah, the pricings, which yeah, you can take a look of it, and Bardis might send you these later on as well. And yeah, I was a part of ESN Bern and ESN Paris, really the most amazing time of my life. As I've been an exchange student myself, I understand the mentality of Erasmus students. And I want to provide the Erasmus students with high quality, durable clothing, which they will cherish for life. Hoodspring clothing is designed to keep those wonderful Erasmus experiences out there. So to summarize, we have experience working with ESN sections. Highest level of customization. We can print individual names on each piece of clothing. Sustainable, 25 plus years of experience. Produced in factories where brands like Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein, and many premium brands are produced. So you can expect the highest quality standards. We can also open an online store, like I said. And since I was a part of ESN, I want to provide some amazing memories for the community, pretty much giving back for the amazing time I had. So Hoodspring hoodies make you a true team. And our aim is to deliver clothing that you will be just as proud to wear at a reunion with your Erasmus buddies many years down the line. Contact us at this email. So yeah, that's it with my presentation. If you have any questions, please let me know. And before that, I am very happy to make this partnership with ESN Switzerland. Thanks to Elena and Bardis for making this happen.
Thank you. Okay. So yeah, so we're already like finalized. The contract is signed. It's just me. I have to sign it, but I will do before the end of the week. In general, in the room, we have a lot of examples on how the shirts and everything, hoodies are done. All ESN Burn yellow things are done by him. So shirts and hoodies. I also, one thing that is really nice, in the contract as well, what Spring is going to be like the official partner for things like the International Erasmus Games. So this is the International Erasmus Games shirt that was made this year. And it's like, it's not t-shirt material, but it's like sport material. You can also see it, and also it comes in a nice package. And also the ones you see around from EGM with the big square on the back, that's also made by them. Yes, it's here also. Esther has one. The same.
And the design is actually made by Elena.
Underline. So yeah, for these ones, yes. I made the design just because I have a particular, I like making designs, but you can really ask them. They can help you, like if you have no experience on doing designs and anything else. So if you want to see also the quality is really good quality. And we will share with you like all the clauses and everything that we decided, but yeah, they're going to be also sponsoring for sure the International Erasmus Games, and we will see in the future. We recommend that you come to us. We will give you, there was the email just there, but also we'll give you their contacts, and you can write them. And and do you have questions? Mary.
Mary ESN Bern. Hey, AJ. So nice to hear you again.
Hey, Mary.
I have like one question, a little personal, but will you come maybe in the next year to Switzerland to an event yourself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will definitely come, and I'll definitely meet you. Yeah. So I think I can come next year, or probably in the end of this year.
Yeah, we will try to tell you way in advance. I promise. I really promise. Because all the time the poor guy, we always tell him so late, and it's like not feasible. But yeah, we will try to. Any other, Yuri?
Hi, Yuri, ESN Switzerland. Thank you, AJ, for your presentation. So you mentioned organic and sustainable as claims, which is awesome, but also it's not a regulated term, so it can mean anything. Do you have any page that we can check like figures on what exactly you do with the production and how sustainable it is?
Yeah, with sustainability, I can understand, your doubts, because usually a lot of brands claim to be sustainable, but they're not. It's just greenwashing. But here, since we work with a lot of premium brands, we really have to have the compliance and sustainability in order to get, to work with, many premium brands. I can share you all the documents with our sustainability claims. First is that we have a lot of certifications, pretty much based out of Europe. The GOT certificate, we participate in HIG Index. And like you said, I understand your question, and what I'll do is I'll share you all the official documents with Elena soon on the claims.
Okay, I think there's no other question. And
someone still have a question? Speakers list is closed.
Okay, so yeah, there's no other questions. So thank you very much for participating. Thank Badis. I think he's still there. Is he? No, he's not. Okay, Badis is gone. But yeah, so thank you, AJ, and we will talk soon.
Yeah, thank you, Elena. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I see that our partnership is going to go a long way.
Yeah, we hope so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah. See you guys. Have a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Okay, wait, I will just now, wrong computer, sorry. It's perfect because we actually went back onto the initial time, meaning that, 1 second, we have coffee break. So yeah, please be back at 4:10. After that, we will have the workshops. I will, okay. I'm not gonna look at the meme. I'm gonna look at you. After that, we'll have the workshop. We will plaster here who is in which workshop. The 3 rooms available will be this one, the one next to the coffee break, and A21 where the conference was yesterday. So I will just see with the people, the facilitators of the workshop, who goes where. And yeah, please take coffee break and be back at 4:10 in here and drink some water.
Se ti serve qualcosa, utilizza però è una parte del Se no, io ci guarda tantissimi così, per i compiti, una bella abbiamo parlato di questa cosa, io non devo fare esattamente quello. Poi lui, allora, benissimo che in base al paese un po' dei tempi, infatti è stata fatta una cosa. No, però dico, lui sa perché deve lavorare, sì, perché non può fare attivo. Però come in base anche a come hanno visto se fai un po' grossi usi, non è una cosa. No, infatti scherziamo, però ci serve per abbiamo detto che questo è No, I'm perfect, but I would come if I to help out, but also. Probably not.
People, please, can you just sit down for like everyone? Shh. Okay, people. Behind me, you can see the, wait, I will not get in front of it. Here you can see the workshop distribution. Next to the coffee break, it's Paola with all these people. So I will just suggest that you all go there. You all, does everyone has a spot assigned? Is someone missing a spot? In case, just ask me. The rest, I would like you to all go to your room. Conference room is the one directly there in diagonal. The main room, well, it's here, and right of the coffee break room, well, it's the one next to the coffee break. So active listening is next to the coffee break. Intersectionality is in the conference room there. I mean, the room where we had a conference yesterday. And inclusive communication is here. Please come back for 5:45. Wait 1 second, Elena.
If your name is not there, since they're pretty even groups, and just choose one to go. But please, if your name is there, go there. Don't change workshops because no, David. Huh? So please, but yeah, if your name is not there, just you can choose one arbitrarily because they're the same size.
Okay, I think everyone here wants to attend inclusive communication. If not, raise your hand. Okay, then Giuseppe, it's all yours.
This session starts with administrator, which is really fun because although I'm here since yesterday, I think went up to some of you. I have a very bad memory and I was wearing my glasses, so I don't remember anything else. Usually it means I don't know if it's common here to say with the body or common with I think that's in my section. So you just throw the ball to someone, and this person actually without and just use the questions for your name section, and the first time that you felt if it happens. If it happens, before just sure. Two questions. What's your name, what's your section, and the first time that you felt that there's a need for okay. So I'm gonna start and that's it on the interview and the first time that they felt that start very good. Communication is that when I actually like something that one that somebody coming in the section, person who doesn't really define yourself as a or any other gender. And first time that that was the first time that I see and I didn't know how to communicate with the person. I think that speaking so French. I know how to French, but it was just a mess for me. And that was this time. Okay, next. I never got the question for my group when some last year because I never got learning about it.
And the first time I got needed from actual income, but at first I had to correct like publications, and I always try to find neutral words instead of the first time I had to deal with inclusive communication was when I started thinking of my non-white community and how to announce that to people how to pronounce or something.
Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm from Geneva. I don't know if it's the first time or the one that comes to my mind is when the taking the program with students written words, and we got the problem from the and students access to their program that reads the text, the links that are written text. I think that's one of the most biggest problem.
There was only the main version. That was confused for the time throughout the class.
Yes, then at Sunday, the first time I saw the power of speaking in speech language was in 2018 when I did and they were very much already on the same level, on the direction of gender, and also following business relationship by the person who made that decision. And people from Missouri, maybe it's a bit cliche, but I think it actually resonated with me a lot when I realized that, like, if you look up, like, so in Italian, like, you have gender, so when you look up for cook, like, the person who cooks, and it's usually female, and it's like what appears in Google is always female, and when if you look like chef, it's always male, and so when maybe things like, I mean, this is also influences us on what we think we can do.
My name is Nadia. I'm from Lugano. Well, honestly, I don't remember what the first time I heard about English talk with someone else willingly, but in most intense experience that I think I was in my first year of bachelor's when I had to either project for my technology degree because we had to be out of the lab and also kind of do that. I think that's very fun. The recommendation and maybe similar to you, when there was only the room was only kind of out for mail, in the mail, kind of personal mail person, part of the diner service where I was allowed to actually ask for
Geneva. And I think the first time I heard about this was when I first came to uni in Geneva, because I come from a little bit usually I got through and was received not open-minded people. So I felt a real difference between what people think in Geneva and what people think out of here and there. I think it's the first time that I actually started more to work when I got an essay learning about whether or not we use or whether we use gendered language. In general, like the gender star and the empty one word. And I always thought it was Aristotle that I saw when I did my research, and I thought there's actually people that think that in this example of women or all women, that they do something specifically or that they genetically in this discussion to use the either learn or everybody has doesn't actually have first time was but I think this is also they have no message in my opinion. If I
I thought about intuitive communication or in my lecture is the when you use pronoun for example in thank you. It's all okay. I like to say what the by the way, the game doesn't go about at all. That's the sort of divide the kind of what is so this is just an example of what you got to in this environment which is supposed to be safe and inclusive. So this is the reason of the ball game, and it came up to us when he was doing this as I told you, we didn't talk in our section, and the challenge came up to us, a person who couldn't catch the ball, and we felt like pretty worse than I can think of. So yes, there are many ways to perform this game without the use of the stuff that you have, throwing on paper, whatever. Not this object that is destroyed. It would be for the iPad for like that. This was just introduction. Okay. Okay, let's do some definitions to see here what we are talking about. Actually, we already got this. We will cover our people. Who wants to guess what is we are kind of this for everybody. What do you think is what do you think mean by using communication? Yeah, so that kind of not for example.
I would say it's making sure that when you say something or when you explain something or introduce yourself, you make sure that every group is included in what you say. So maybe just before using in German language, both male and female. I think one of the and addressing people, maybe mass of people or people that want to. Generally, students, it's really check gender of who drives them in a way that include every option and explain to you how to find how to play. And it's like also it's not just for gender, but anyone else? What the next time you already this answer back that. That's correct. Anybody want to try again? No? Yes. Also think that if I reflect on my own final work, it's kind of that we feel both disrespected or embarrassed in the way how you bring all kinds of stuff. For instance, like if you do the exercise with the ball, if cooking art for someone to teach out to people that concept of ball. I'm very bad at storytelling. Okay, yes, basically we covered on the communication. Actually, the first answer was what we have. The communication is sharing information in a way that everybody can. Why this is because usually includes it's a definition that effectively covers all the topics that we spoke about. Next, inclusion. What do you think inclusion is? So I can anticipate that we will inclusion and inclusion. One, you guys are kind of need to wait. Okay, yes, she raised her hand before knowing about it. There's like a phrase that I know, it's like diversity you have it, but inclusion you have to live it. And diversity is you have many different people, and inclusion is if you look at them and if you are aware of them and if you live it, that you're aware of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be able to search for anything. Anyone else? Inclusion is the act of making both people in a society feel finding in a society because something that could be considered good. Might not be considered as a culture or in another environment in different situation. So this is why we have to contextualize where we are considering something that we think about. What's inclusiveness? Not that 3 years is something easier than yes, we know the candidates. That's why you have a kind of for impact. You can play. Okay. The enthusiasm is the outcome of the technical design. Institution with diversity and there's a two analysis. It means that I'm trying to be inclusive in all the before I perform inclusiveness to achieve accessibility that some type of practical aspect, while the inclusion was the thought behind it. Now you can also find inclusiveness under the feature of inclusivity, but it's like further definitions that may arise for the language, so we're not going to this topic now, but otherwise we find inclusiveness and okay. As you were saying before, this diversity, so diversity is as a quality to achieve this is why we this is what we how we define diversity usually in something that you have actually before, so in our context, yes, and we start of course by nationality, we have nationality versus ethnicity, gender versus sexuality, and nationality of course. Nationality versus the country. Again, if you have the country, take the why ethnicity doesn't have necessarily nationality, but it's something that has to do with the culture and the education. Once as to do this one has to do with documents, this one has to do with education. What do you think is going to be? By the way, sometimes we on section where this is designed. Right? I'm not expecting to get them. Yes. Right? Fine. That's the wrong answer, but I will give you a kind of okay. Now, nobody speaks Italian here, so I asked
La cosa che ancora al giorno d'oggi qualcuno mi chiede quando sono dal panettiere, dico buongiorno, vorrei 2 retti di michetto. Signora, come parla bene? Io dico, ciura, mi su milanese.
Yeah, but you said anyone from any section from this person, you cannot get the ethnicity by just looking at physical aspect. The race, like okay, don't get me wrong because the race it is the correct word to define the you look to the other books and whatever you can find. The context is certain, you can find the race to define the aspect or to define the ethnicity. It's nothing related to the aspect. So context.
this is one of the first mistakes that I used to do when working in the ESN. I was totally agree that the thinking of as a first like after this second question or component which is one of the first that is grandfather from this is about my parents. This is one of the biggest mistakes that in the video she said when I go to the bakery to buy mucchetta, mucchetta is a kind of bread which is typically from Milano. So it's very like 100% from the city. I you can say 100% like that. And also she said that yeah, by the end of the season that she was adopted when she was like a 2 months old. So here we have the difference between the same for the nationality and activity. So this one
La cosa
sex is actually quantified. The biological characteristics that define humans as the names or the sex is for whoever what have the physical attributes to be defined as male and female. These categories that whatever we cannot include in experiment what is that regard is we have a one is the name by sex and identify as male, and the opposite also have a sex and the province of have sex is basically physical. What is that? Let's say it's psychological. Again, I'm very easy words that can be translated in English. I have no idea how to if you work in your language unless we have and we look at institutional or institutionalized system about and practice. We're not covering this topic now that we will focus on the just a few examples of how communication has changed during the recent 5-6 years. About the state of the model of the and the last period, the today we really started to have with the project. So it's something that we made for the first time. The first time just not just on the site, but also in general within the and the products that the government is so something that we can identify the value with the system, something very practical the way by the master was trying to expand their business and they also put on the addition with the product. I don't know after they that they also have this problem that is running they try to make large scale the body. So it's something that we can but personally, I would say that why not? If you have this kind of
really a concept. In Rotterdam, my favorite edition and it was also really because it was the first edition when all the different categories. We have that woman, and we also have that woman and that person down on the so something that was done so perfectly, so natural that people just use that to show and learn certain values that they actually try to be as much as people as possible. So this is why it's kind of the best way when you are not even being aware that they are being because for example one of the missing people would say, okay, what do you do is that person and give it to someone from any other category. Of course, there are many kinds of categories that you can say are missing, but they were given the same time on the stage, the same importance on the stage. So they did it in such a perfect and natural way that you can say that it worked. And yeah.
Talk over the sheet and from Suriname, and that's why they included her because in the Netherlands there's a lot of Suriname people, so that's why they included her. I didn't know that.
And okay, the black areas, they are still discussing on it. Does anybody want to share about the type that technical day? And anybody wants to share about any of this? Anyone I can do. Yeah.
So I was thinking about politics for a long time because we were in the space where clients and well, my question was is that it's different reading a lot of things, but as long as it makes sense to change the order and there to relate to the person who basically has the idea how women should look at all the time. I mean, one
I was going to ask, do you think this is going to all or not? You just gave but I would like her to remind people who are not at the company to make money. Because they want to talk to some people that say what they're not deal. They're not asking anyone like what to ask. That is the final. So yeah. Right now?
some people have fun children and people that have so they have a problem with like children how they do their they're not
I have to think about it and then I'll come back to you. Okay, communication. So those are how can we how can we try to be more inclusive? Something that you mentioned already. So these are the very, very basics of someone that was in the mention this in each different language. And it's something that when dealing with our target, which is not each other to do, not students, but also
other targets of the communities, institutions, whatever, we should always follow. So never generalize and someone I don't want to mention the way that example you guys like a woman is something that you can say. And okay, yeah, maybe it's not really the case unless you something. Let's say you are something you are doing, you know that should go to contact only, but something that should not be used as the stereotypes and I think you mentioned probably even though we think that there's something to be seen as positive, all that is very good. Okay, I think it's like apply to all the time. So it's a difficult that I think that to be used as an example to compliment someone, but actually I'm assuming that this person has some kind of quality just because of the how to avoid this. Especially the speaking is very difficult. The speaking, I would say twice. I know that it happens a lot. You really come hard to improvise when it's something that usually always comes with practice. Many I would like to say not say years, but it takes years to understand that I was not thinking about that. I was generalizing and yeah, start. Same goes with disabilities. So you can really say all I think about. I mean, I have the 100 which is a law that you should write to person with disabilities and their family. So, for example, the parents can keep work and days because they have or the person with disability itself can work from home, for example. And we use this is some like this expression to say, okay, I'm not able to do anything. So I'm indirectly saying that I think that people with this condition are not able to do something. The issue is that with trying to accept this is something that actually today not all the use on the telegraph so and nice. So yeah, we said of course we say like with but that's something very easy to change. Actually, this is something that I say a lot about. I rather than I do not take this because I don't say other people or something Italian. Even it might sound like fake, I say, because it's not as common as saying hello guys. That's something that is taking becoming more and more popular. So this simple is something that proves that if you put an effort on trying to be as much as you as possible, it's something that it's impossible to find a representation or work with everything and everyone can do it. It's impossible because there might be the values that are more powerful, or there might be people who are but compared to the other side, you have to start somewhere in the this will be like stuff. I don't even know if there is an end point that now we are the strategy to define how we defend. It might be an endless journey, but it's something that faster. Of course, the reason is that nothing is like doesn't even know what the other is. No, okay, it's basically using the words that are not inclusive towards people with disabilities. For example, with a person in the chat that say, okay, yeah, let's go out with the dollar. Let's go out. Or a blind person, oh, you just see the movie. If you feel that the movie, you always to try to sorry. Yeah. Ableism itself would be like discrimination against people based on their disability. So it is more like ableist language, which is still like non-inclusive. I would like the first bullet point would you would be included in that concept. I think you know also include the physical ability. But it is multiple cognitive questions? No? Let's play now there are some examples, and this is what we said for quantity, very example of 3D languages, this could be an example, there is example of how to be so, as you said, real workspace workflows that can reflect prejudice and or discrimination use of that one is not general thought of discrimination. Something that is very personal, you can say, and what I said before, something that might be seen as nothing to do about the similar in one culture like in another. And can be also here that person. So also you don't need to be excluded in our language. It doesn't mean that we are excluded not by the so just saying, look at this one, sorry, it's not an excuse to try and make an effort on people. Something that we can say is socially things like there are people with language like people people. This is something that see a lot when these people the main thing. I don't know why, maybe it's not a bit, but I see that people that came from Eastern Europe, so maybe and compare modernization. That one is from that area when it comes to English and English or not. So interesting. I think that is hard to generalize. That's about the right. I was aiming for that package. The pronouns, okay. In Italian, I don't know if it's like the French, so that is huge debate whether to use whether about the pronouns should be Italian, for example, allows you to use the macro when preparing to fine, because in Latin, which is Italian ability from. Then neutral and last the same words, the same like here the same. This is that when moving to Italian, we basically merge neutral and masculine. So nowadays we can improve use masculine and say I'm using the neutral. Although there are many people that do not accept this rule and say that we should make a change like we try to translate the neutral with they remove this less of the phrase. This is something that works in English but might not apply to essentially in Latin language. I have no idea of how you solve this in German or this is okay. You have also problems with the pronoun. Okay, how would people react to how do people react to trying to make an effort to be, let's say, to be included? Because in fact, Italy or almost any denying the effort to try to do things. I don't know I mean, if someone actually tries at the effort, I usually see and have a day. Yeah, we kind of try to not use the phone at all. Okay. That was most interesting. And then that's something that we never apply because if you don't do it enough, you not understand who we are referring to. So you can say this person, you can use the name. Yes, but what? How when you have to use it or not? Right? When you have to use it or not, this person, press that extra, right? For instance, maybe we that you get used to that. Yeah.
And what of the time when you're looking for content, or you can pick up their name on the internet, it says their function, which most of the time people put in themselves, and from that you can actually already see if they want to be addressed with male, female, or non-binary. So that's like one step further. Like if you have to address someone, it's going to be hard.
Because you're not guessing, but you're the person already, you already understand. Okay, if you don't know, it might be something like you know, just asking just by the act of asking, you are getting already that you are making a yeah, it's the answer, like we use the answer, yeah, the one. And I think some people are not experienced with this, so not experienced for example, that might be that I'm interested in. So we do that I have to do. I have to do. Can you see? It's probably what we say when you have to go to the and thoughtful about something that you cannot okay. Let's try with some in this kind of phrases. There may be something that they're not spoken about, but something that we're also try to think about. And I can tell you that in some something that has already been passed to the ESN. If you want to give a guess. No, Grandma, I won't be able to do that because I have guess application. Yes. This is how I would explain my mother because whenever I go to Pakistan, she just said, okay, you want to rock. Tell me what I want, that's enough. Okay, now I'm afraid that if I go on, you need to see the already the other. Yeah, I go to the other five. Next one, yes. Yes. And the audience and also the celebration, because maybe not everybody celebrates during the celebrations can be finished to integrate into vacation and sorry. Next.
But maybe like already mentioned like for example, if there's gonna be stairs somewhere, you can mention that already. It's gonna be a problem instead of letting people do the work to ask you, because like kind of saying sometimes it's hard like to be like to really want to have a job. Yeah.
Okay, that's not the answer, but you want to kind of explain. Yeah.
Everything back to the expression, people maybe without questions,
Yes. Especially because you cannot say that it's special needs. I mean, movies are this person, the person that is special needs, it's everyday life. Sometimes it's not something that happens for one day for one, but then normal condition. So it could be changed to 2 hours without or as people say, you can already start mentioning your font and path and you can also try to prevent the people and to approach us because if you have a 100% possible, but you can try and make it better. Okay, this is real. This is the way that has been going for 50 years, and this year, for the 50th anniversary, they changed the board. But yeah. Yes. They changed the 12 counties to actually this the sentence that was like the number so basically has been the first 17 first the world, but people didn't know to see at all until 50 years later. Not like another one is okay. This is these are nothing to do with this other people whatever, but something that we guess are not possible. Yeah. Okay, well, right. This would be the right way to not using or whatever. So we don't know if that is the European organized performance, so just taking the mark I work. It's I guess when say design, we say design or the system that we are using for basically the university time, you can some time, say 1, 2, sorry, yes.
Maybe that call might not be tomorrow, but in a week. So
yeah, and that was the last one. This one works actually I have to deliver a question to one association based in job. So we have to do all the calculation in time. I told the organizer, it's okay if we do the meeting in 5 days from now and remember how much like 5 hours. He doesn't matter. Yeah, it's good. And then you print out here again. You can like deliver any training and you put it in a definitely that can be. Yeah, I was hoping to like that better so we can. Okay, let's think about accessibility now. Now, I'd like you to speak to the board director, the national council on the report, and it's not the start. Okay, so let's say you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure that issue as just some mind about the response to this for the teachers and all those countries. To have from this some events to organize the teams on the teacher should they get. I would like you to think of graphics, so how to promote this kind of event. I'm not expecting you to be a professor for film, that's not the point. Just try to put a sketch of this subject item, let's say, and afterwards I would like you to present the outcome and to explain why they choose to have this layout for the graphics or the Instagram or whatever. You have transition. Other questions? No question? Oh, the best one, the best team gets 2 games. I have another one. The simple message
Like for me, it's like girl, like red is red, and then if you like girls, available for girls. And I would say make each girl, but then people like whatever. And like when we just like on the beach, like I'm gonna see your people, like I'm whatever job, and I just pretend it's whatever I am. I want this would be okay, but like I'm angry and I am it, but like if you put words in what you are and not relate to like then put words and then you like that's like this just like give like your people a pen and you are and you are they say if someone you can have but I mean, like, for example, people who are not global, they have you necessary whatever you read, and people who non-binary and then know what I guess I would say gender, like they whatever, and then I think I like Geneva, baby. Sorry. Obviously. Sorry. Eva, baby. Wow. Yeah.
1 minute left.
I think it would. Yeah.
'Time's up.
Okay, will you read the task like this?
Okay, so we basically decided to keep the original form of the party, so people in red dress in white, because usually can dress as the color of the party this. But it's thank you. So red means that you are not available, that basically no one will come to you this night. And
Yeah, no, but we were saying to say that.
and then red is for people from willingly accepted. Sorry, green, green. So that's the basics of the thing, and then to make it more interesting for the community, we will add some stickers on people. I mean, not us. They will do it for themselves, and they will have to write at least 2 mandatory things on it. Either, I mean, for sure the name and like the pronoun, and also use gender. And then if and yes, any preferences regarding other people. This way we make it clear for everyone, without having different colors and makeup colors and stuff, which will probably make the things more complicated. So we put words directly, but we don't do it, they do it for themselves, as this way they can put whatever they want, and like people know exactly what what they want and what they don't.
Well, you said it was mandatory, and I think that's what I think because what if someone is not comfortable in discussing this then you get people like
part of reading. I mean, if you want to like know, like let people know what you want, you put it. If not, you just come to the part of fun. But you can like, if you want to be in this, like, do the final thing, you put this information.
So the people who would want to, but unfortunately are not willing to discuss.
But I don't see any other like way to do this. If you're not comfortable with this, then I guess this party will be like, okay, like, you know, you won't be comfortable at this party. Even you can like, if it's hard for you to be with this, you know what I mean? Doesn't make sense. Not like,
because they have exactly the same thing. Yeah. Okay, can I show the work? Are you ready? So, yeah, we have to really like. First, by the time that we so I think the design that is the single relationship, but inside of have shares with anybody who is comfortable. So at least if you want to come up with somebody who has a good life and a good children, you are aware that they will tell you. And also the good life is the children who stays for at least you're aware of what we don't know if it's the best solution, but that's the only channel. And also another thing is we're thinking to make things much easier is to also communicate very well the intentions of this party, but this is not a, oh, let's go party on the Friday night, and this it means that there is a family party gets to either find somebody or yeah, like have something intentional behind it. But that's also said it's open to everyone there where this is I know and I guess given that looking at that they use that I would say so actually that they try that have another one almost be towards that one each event. something that we do see an intersection like white one. White one is not big part of this game. It could be some to let people understand that even if they're not participating in this, we can because the one we cannot have anyone. Okay, thank you. Young together. For the no question was what to do bread other than available. For example, when someone about traffic lights, sorry, not about basically, the red line, you are stating that you're not forced to sell anything that is not associated to it's also it's rather and the way that we design that there is this layer is that not so we slide and we also try to go into the part mentioning the sentence and any question? You like it? You can say that like they're gonna leave the patent. We use those, yeah. We use those. Also, I like it's very easy to talk about. I like that you can actually spot the rainbow that with the background here, you can see that you see it, but it's not the main focus of the so it's kind of I don't want to say something in the message, but yeah, you see it, but it doesn't keep you the fact that you keep the rainbow flag and the fake professional case taken from myself. You can have this one. Okay, last move that's the same image that I said. Please. Present.
So we try to not go away from the main idea of the event, which is the feeling for the life of LGBTQ plus, but wanted to include everyone or speak to everyone who is not, but also cares about it, and to also participate that we did with date and time. And we thought about this being an Instagram post where we would also put an outlet for people who kind of were visually and we wanted to refrain from using the pride flag because it's also being kind of pride.
what do you think, if you use the word programming, don't you think that also that is something that is international?
I mean, our thought was, okay, what's the question? What's the name of the event? And it's a prize for this community. So if you don't state at some time that this is the aim, you're just gonna miss your event.
So, you think that you can aim
You can, but it was a chance to not overload with everything.
Yes, in fact, I'm not just more pride. That is the concept of pride. Pride is specific to the
The way I don't know if this is the question. But for me, it's right.
It's a good point, Dan. All right.
Just kidding. Let's do the question.
Okay, there's no question, there's no answer, you can speak for hours about this and you not get a number of questions. Okay, so that's the level. The last part of the presentation, very quickly. On the thing that you mentioned earlier. Just a question. What do you think about this phone? Okay. Okay, but actually, it might be. What do you think about this? Okay, there's a bit about this, but I will continue. What do you think about this green on green? Okay. Okay, these are of course, because of course, I would say, I will share with you the right platform, the way expanding from and accessibility. Accessibility is by the person we meant. Okay, now the web is the universality, accessible by everyone. So this is where everything twice when designing graphic or website or whatever. So you have to think about first all the things that is before the one that you can see, the one that you cannot see, the inheritance, the inheritance, something that you're the text, the bonds of the top of the deed, and other that of course before I can that the bonds that you see in the team, the graphics and the art are bonds that are easy to read and they are starting to countries and they are classified as bonds. This is why we are another bond that are very, very hard to situation. This is something that people usually don't do. If you're using left align the text, you usually tend to justify everything that you think is going up to use that text. It's actually harder to use for people with this text. So you can take from the other both the emphasize and not the because some like some of them people not be able to read the color. Regarding the text paragraph, and maybe have a space in paragraph to divide the text.
Can I add something? Yes, sure. For the language, that internet you can find some website that give you safe
combination so that you know that very good shape. It's also something that is mentioned in the ESN side guide that was so you don't you can go the on how to design our and then after that we do team polygraphy is alternate factors so like that. I just know that the PowerPoint also makes automatic actually supply these factors for people to use the software that is the word, and this is why we should avoid this a text editor cannot read this. This is the text is bad in the image. So a person with venture like text editor does not mean that you use this image. Find either description or just avoid this kind of okay. I don't know different text like the definitions and the text that goes of course. And I contrast between the text and the background. So there is not contrast with that with the white down part. So the background part the group as well for video, sometimes again there are software that can understand what to say. Yeah, sorry. No, actually, should have appeared later. Saying these softwares are not 100% reliable. So I think is that you are like that you're making a professional video and spend something with avoid that kind of image with the actually that one maybe that Pokemon that something like so we get and last one thing that I'm sure of the one you said just that someone who's trying to see the graphics. Some of them is totally external, but then you make that graphic to someone in the session, they get videos at the session. But you put it on the side and take into account that
Guys, we are soon over. One last sprint. Another amendment, no. Another change to the agenda. We added a super presentation from Elena. So it will take 5 minutes more, and basically we have it now. Does anyone object to the change of agenda? Okay, no one objected. You are envy, you cannot. Ah, I closed it. Did I close it? So I present, please, Elena and Axel. They want to do the mascot transition.
Hello. Because it's fun. And I lost like 30 minutes doing it, and like the most useless minutes, but it's good. Go. Oh no, yeah, you can go. So basically, you go back. Yeah. So basically, we want to do. I mean, we have the mascots here, and since unfortunately Gigi doesn't look so much Swiss, she's Swiss in art and also Swiss in general, but she's not quite a Swiss anymore. So we decided to change mascot, and now yeah, we're doing the transition. So the first slide you can go, it's for Axel.
Thank you for the introduction, Elena. You can change the slide, but I don't know the slide, so we'll see. Okay, so I present you the new mascot of ESN Switzerland. So a bit more representative of Switzerland. So it's Roger von Matterhorn. So Roger von Matterhorn is a Saint Bernard, which is a typical Swiss dog that you can find in the Alps. And yeah, so why did I choose to name it Roger? So Roger, like according to your values of unity and diversity, Switzerland is quite very diverse. But even like if we speak French, German, or whatever, no matter the diversity in Switzerland, there is one thing that unites Switzerland, and it's Roger Federer. So that's why I decided to name it Roger, and then family names needed, Roger von Matterhorn. You can click. So yeah, Roger already went to EGM. We bought it there, and to the NA in Czech Republic. Unfortunately, couldn't join with me the NA in Germany last week, but yeah, he already traveled quite a lot, as you can see. And yeah, it's the start of a very long and beautiful journey.
So my next 3 slides, you'll love it. So we will see where Gigi is gonna go, what's gonna happen to her. So next slide, next. So Gigi, just so you remember, this is Gigi, next, click. This was in my car. Okay, so Gigi has been the mascot for long. She's been participating. This is NA1. And when she enjoys time with friends, click, and she's cute. That's the main reason. Then second, go. She went also a lot internationally. It's to like, this is some plenary internationally, then you can click. NAs, international NAs, click again. And more. So she made a lot of friends. Don't click. And And so, yeah, she met a lot of mascot friends. Then you can click now. But I want to tell you that she will be adopted by an amazing family. You will know the people, so they're really good. We will love her. You can click. We will keep her safe. You can click. And click again. You know, safety. Safety first. And then already we're introducing her to the best shows on TV. You can click. It's Italian trash TV, the best. The best. And then click. And she will sub for Roger if needed, because she really knows that it's quite a newbie. So that's it.
So I will open the speakers list. Okay, we will pass. What? It doesn't count, Jason. Okay. AC candidate presentation. So we have one person applying, which is Laura. She's not here. She's not going to take questions, but she has a video. And there are a lot of questions already on Slack. I'm just testing because I didn't test the video if it works.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are doing well and are enjoying DNA. Unfortunately, this time I was not able to join, and due to a temporal overlap, I'm also not able to join via Zoom. So I decided to record this video to present myself for one of the positions of the Advisory Council. For those who don't know me, I am Laura. I'm the Vice President of ESN Switzerland, still current Vice President. I have been in this position for the last 2 years, and before that I have been local president in ESN Lucerne, also for 2 years. In addition, I'm a member of the Network Committee on ESN International with the My ESN Career service. And overall, I have been in ESN now for more than 5 years. This gives me a great knowledge about the network, about ESN Switzerland, about a lot of documents and changes that have happened in the past, which I think is very important for the position of Advisory Council. And so I decided to send in my candidacy because I believe that ESN is all about learning and developing yourself. And I had the chance to do this in the last years. And I would like to support like the new board, but also all the members in this process. And I think the advisory position is a great one for this. In addition, I want to say that I also applied for a position on the international level, one of the community managers position. I haven't heard back from that yet. But I still believe that both positions would be possible, despite the fact that I'm already working full-time. And if you want to know more about myself, about my motivation, you can read my application documents. And also there have been asked some questions on the candidates blog. So if you're interested, check them out. And that's it. Thank you very much for all your attention, and I hope you can consider me for this position. And I wish you a lot of fun tonight and tomorrow, and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
Woo! Okay, so this was the presentation. Yeah, no questions. I invite you to read on Slack because it's quite a comprehensive amount of questions. Procedure.
I'll just screen. For this good. Yeah, but just can you copy paste?
Yeah, I will do it. I will do it later. What Yas is asking is I will copy paste basically the question from Slack into a PDF and send it into the groups. Okay, now I will invite ESN Bern, our lovely Niels, to present the application for maybe next NA. Come on, come on.
Thank you, Julian, for having me here. It's great to be like at NA again after missing out in Lucerne. ESN Bern has decided to apply for NA1, and I'm really happy to present our application to you. We have prepared something already. We're not done completely. We'll see about that, but perhaps we would have some time if you elect us, and you're gonna make, I guess, a great job for that. So you can click. Thank you. So why Bern? It's like, of course, first it's because of the people. Like, we have a highly motivated team around us, and everybody is really keen on making such a big event happen. And yeah, maybe a question for the dinosaur, like becoming dinosaurs, the experienced ESN members. Have you ever been at the National Assembly in Bern? Did that ever happen? No, right? Okay, so no? No, okay, yeah. That's also what I know. Like, I went back to 2014 in our archives. I never read anything about NA happening in Bern, so I guess it's time for us to also like take part in this rotation schedule again. We wanted to organize an NA 1.5 years ago, but sadly, luckily, it didn't happen. We were competing against Neuchâtel, and we had to let them pass. But instead, we organized the NVT Appenzell, the National Boards Training, which was a super nice experience for all of us, and all those participated, volunteered. And yeah, we're just super keen on doing something like that again, but this time in our hometown and for ESN Switzerland for all the sections. So yeah, there's not much more to say about Bern. It's well located, I guess. It's not perfectly located, as I experience myself now when I go to Lugano. So I'm sorry for Lugano people that you have such a long way to come, but I hope it's a good compromise, right? Good, so you can click. I just want to present you shortly, like the people who are like behind this application, who also have already explored some options about what we could do for the NA. There's in the logistics, you see Alicia back there. She wants to do this super difficult job. We're gonna have Eletra, our wonderful Eletra is coming back to Bern for this. Where are you? They're behind there. She's gonna do the communication for the NA. And then we have other great experience and also some new members. For example, Victoria is going to become president this summer and will take over the finances. She was treasurer now. We have Simone. Oh, yeah. No, she's take the vice presidency, sorry. And Simone, who was the treasurer last year, he will take over the finance part. And we have Anand. Maybe you remember him from the Swiss Train Rally. He was organizing the after party for you guys. So for you people, and that's, I guess he will do a great job again with that. So I have no worries about that. Exactly, locations, just quickly, like that you can imagine where it should happen. I was I'm still studying at BFH, Bern University of Applied Science, at the business school, and we have a wonderful campus in Marzili. That's, you see the Are and the swimming pool. I hope in autumn you're gonna have nice weather again. Then you can enjoy that beautiful area of Bern. It's very central. It's just 10 minutes by walk from the station, and yeah, it's very nice rooms, very great atmosphere, and super easy people there to book rooms. Next. Yeah, we also have some hostels in Bern, not that many, to be honest, but we should have capacity to host all of you in a proper hostel, like Lugano does it perfectly with us here. So that shouldn't be an issue. Next. Regarding social program, that part is not really well developed yet, but we're still thinking of a nice topic. I don't know, maybe it will have an A in the name again. But yeah, it's like we will have some time for that to develop, and we also want to be inspired by Lugano and previous NAs. Bernay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Maybe, why not? Yeah, if you have great ideas, come to us. But no, I guess we're gonna find a nice thing, like a nice topic and good social program. Good. So the last slide, it's just to say thank you again, but the dates, we're gonna have to discuss that with the international level as soon as you get elected. I saw at one of these dates is the web, if I'm not totally wrong. So that was just recently announced. So you have to check with that, but I hope you're gonna find a good solution for us. It's not gonna be mid of October because then we would have an issue with someone else, but we'll hear about that later. Good. If you have any questions, feel free. Thank you.
Speakers list is open. If you have any questions.
Axel, ESN EPFL. Thank you very much for your application. It's super nice to have OC application. It doesn't happen very often. So yeah, just can I do one remark and one question? Just a remark. Yeah, the second weekend, the last one of October, there is web, so it won't be possible.
Yeah.
But yeah. But my question is, as you organized NBT recently and you were the head of OC, what did you learn that you would do differently for your NA?
Yeah, we actually want to have a Chalet NA first, but it was sadly for us impossible to find a proper location. So yeah, what we learn is to have, or what we're gonna do again, like with the food, that we want to have maybe vegetarian food options, only vegetarian options, as we did at some of our events, to save costs and to make it more inclusive for people who have like who prefer that. And what else? Of course, coordination. I think we're gonna do a bit better coordination to assign like more specific tasks to people that we don't have. Sometimes at the IMBT Abendsaal, it was not always clear who's doing what, so we want to specify that a bit further and include as many volunteers as we can from ESN Bern.
GDG ESN Switzerland. I saw that within the date you considerate also the date of web Karlsschule, that is gonna be 26, 29 of October.
Yeah, just one comment, like the date was just like what I saw, the date was just recently announced after I did the presentation. But yeah, we'll definitely consider that one very.
I have a question. Okay, Arnaud, yes, Bern, maybe. I have a question regarding the promotion of the OC to the other members outside of the OC that you presented. I was wondering if there were other people outside of the 6 people from the OC that were interested, and yeah.
Yes, we already have 2 or 3 more members that were interested to join, but not as like responsible for a certain topic, for a certain area. That's why, yeah, they were not so sure what they want to do exactly or how they can help, and they don't take so much responsibility. That's why they were not on the initial slide. But I hope I can also motivate some new members that are now at the first NA, maybe support a little bit doing this. So yeah, I don't think it shouldn't be an issue with personal wise. And in case we'd recruit people from outside, maybe the president. Yeah, he's there anyways, right?
Yes, in Switzerland. This is not going to be a question. This is, I know, this is going to be a bit of an appreciation, let's say, because I've worked with many of you from ESN Bern on NBT, and you've also hosted many of the community meetings that we've done in the past. And I just want to say that you've been doing a really, really, really great job so far. And I'm really confident that hosting an NA is going to be an easy job, piece of cake for you. So yeah, thank you again for all the work you've done.
Thanks so much, Jats, but I don't underestimate the effort that takes for such an NA. Every time I go to an NA, I'm like amazed by what the people achieve by organizing these fantastic events.
Okay, I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone objecting? Perfect. Lucia, you can come.
Woo!
So now we will have the presentation for my spot for next NA.
Cool. Do I say next slide, or how does it work? Okay. Voila. Voila. So I'm applying for the main chair, the next chairing team. I'm Lucia, for those who don't know. I'm a 28-year-old historian. Sorry. Oh, I'm a PhD student at the University of Fribourg. I'm passionate of the arts and of making mobility great again. And I am a certified ESN Switzerland OG, or as someone else said, ESN dinosaur. Is that what they? Because I've been here a long time. If you see the next slide, it kind of explains all the roles I've had in the past. So I started in ESN Fribourg. Then I went to the national level as national representative in 2020. Then I was member of the advisory council. I'm currently, until tomorrow, I guess, main chair of SWIC. I've been to 10 NAs, which is a lot. And most important, I'm active member of ESN Bird, as you can see there at EGM 2022 in Porto. And that is also one of the main reasons why I'm applying, is that it will be in Bern. And yeah, I think, as I wrote in my motivation letter, I will be able to sleep in my own bed if it's in Bern, and a good and a well-rested CT is a functioning CT, I think. So that's a good, I will be on time, you know, all those things that make NAs better. Next slide, thank you. And so these are, so I was already main chair at NA1 in Basel in 2021. And that was a great experience. And as you can see, I put some memes that were made of me because I was a very strict CT with the speakers list. So I have that on me as I like respecting time, but also I've grown and I won't be as mean, apparently, as I was in 2021, I hope. So yes, I already have the experience of main chair. I have a lot of experience in ESN. I've been to a lot of NAs. I work well. I work well with the OC, so that's a plus. Also with the future MB, I don't think I'll have problems. I think I think it will all go well. So yeah, that's why I'm applying. Voila.
Speakers list is open.
Thank you for your presentation, Lucia. Arno is in Geneva. My question is regarding the rest of the chairing team. Do you already have consideration about the technical chair and vice chair, or is it something that you already maybe think about? I know it is not for to choose, but it's still, yeah.
So in case, I guess Axel, you could be one word each.
But no, I actually haven't already started asking people because, but I'm sure, like Julian just said, and also with the help of maybe Axel, if needed, I can find international guests, but also if anyone's interested here, come talk to me if I'm elected and we can consider vice. Also, I think it's also good for, I don't know, if you're interested in seeing how an NA works and you're kind of new or not new, you can also do that as an experience. It's very nice. But I'm sure I'll convince someone. I'm sure someone will join me.
Axel, ESN EPFL. Yes, so thank you for your application. You were pretty active and you already have a lot of experience, and there will be a totally new board. So how do you envision like working with the new board? Do you think you will have more work to do to teach, or not really?
Okay, thank you. I don't want to be main chair to teach, let's say. I mean, I want to be there as as my role of main chair, but I don't, I really don't see myself teach. I want to work with the NB and see how they envision also doing the NA. So it will more be collaborative, and if they want help, of course I have experience, but I don't want to assume that role. Yes.
Yeah, because if someone in the back, that's our. I suggest to close the speakers list. Thank you for your presentation. I'm not asking, I know you all want to go home. Okay, now, yeah, it's closing announcement. I will do it. Well, we are actually not late if we take into account the new presentation. So for Swiss NA, it's pretty good. Okay, important information. I was gonna say lunch. The dinner is going to be here outside. If it's raining, we'll do it inside at 8 p.m. So now you have 1 hour 40 to go around. I mean, change, take a shower, a nap. I don't know, do whatever you want. Yeah, and outside of that, I wanted to thank you for today because I think it was quite good. And yeah, then remember that there's the social program. So check your costumes, get your families, and yeah, be here at 8. That's all I'm asking, basically. We have 2 reactions. I mean, I will do it, so I will. I think it's the easiest way. Yeah, because yeah, I can explain quickly. Basically, where the timeline will be that we will leave after dinner for Diamond, which is like 5 minutes that way, a bar, which will be entirely reserved for us. And then at some point, if the weather allows it, we'll go to Foce, Maritima, however you want to call it. And then we can party outside, basically, till whenever. Yes, also, yeah. Tomorrow we have an upgrade. So we're gonna be in the other room. Because today there was the German exam, so we couldn't, but tomorrow we will be in A21, the conference room. So it will also be better with the hotness. Because we all yeah. Federico is the person in charge for the bunker. So bunker people, please follow him. Otherwise, I don't know how you can sleep. Okay, more questions. Sorry, Arnaud. Yeah, remember the sugar cubes.
Can we let our stuff here, or do we need to bring it back to the hotel, like in the other room?
So we will close all the rooms. Normally, you can only enter here if you have an access card. So except if I don't know, the professors or staff from here want to steal it, it's safe. Any other question? Speakers list closed. Enjoy your evening. See you soon.